man run out there. I don't know if he Chuck Mangione going to be coming down here.
Sir, you are going to have to speak more slowly. I cannot understand you.
Dang, make low mark. Had talked about them all, done it blue.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
It doesn't matter what comes, fresh goes better in life. With Mentos fresh and full of life, nothing gets to you. Staying fresh, staying cool. With Mentos fresh and full of life, fresh goes better with Mentos fresh. Fresh goes better with Mentos fresh and full of life. Mentos, the fresh maker.
I'm a doofus. What is going on, everybody? My microphone was muted. It's another episode of Legion Talk. Thank you for being here. And what we're going to be doing is we got a lot to cover. We're going to be watching the rally for President Trump in Florida. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to watch the press conference from President Biden last night. It's probably going to be a 3-hour stream. That's okay. I love long streams. They're a lot of fun. You're not here to listen to me talk necessarily, but you are here to listen to this man talk, most likely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And hello, Doral. I love Doral. Hello, Miami. And hello, Florida. Thank you.
A lot of people may not know this. Miami is made up of a lot of Cubans who came here. They are not particularly big on the socialist issues, which is one of the reasons that Cuba has been slowly, and then all of a sudden jumped voting for this guy at an all-time record in 2020. It's probably going to be double that in 2024, which is basically in a couple of months.
There is nowhere else I'd rather be on this beautiful, cold, very cold summer evening than right here in the middle of the 10th hole. Beautiful hole, isn't it? Look at that lake, isn't it beautiful? On one of the greatest golf courses on earth, and we really want to thank all of the tens of thousands of people that showed up. This is a lot of people. This is a lot of people. As the world can see, we are under the leadership. The Republican Party is bigger, stronger, more vibrant, and more united than ever before.
So when that buffering happens, it's actually not on my end. It's actually from the YouTube video on their end. Their signals being dropped.
Today we are welcoming more Americans to our ranks: African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, young people, old people, union members, non-union members. Basically, everyone is joining our movement because it's a movement of common sense. It's common sense. Whatever happened to common sense in government? We've got it. We've got more than anybody's ever had. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrat Party is divided in chaos and having a full-scale breakdown, all because they can't decide which of their candidates is more unfit to be president: sleepy, crooked Joe Biden or laughing Kamala. Laughing Kamala. As you know, in our recent debate, and in honor of all of you, I dealt Joe Biden, even according to the fake news media, the most decisive and overwhelming defeat in the history of presidential debates. I think so, right? I think so. And that was a big crowd that was watching. That was one of the highest rated shows ever on television, so I'm honored to be a part of it. I don't think he's too happy, but, I like being a part of it. But even CNN said as I walked off the stage that it was one of the greatest performances they've ever seen. But it was sort of easy, if you want to know the truth. Our victory was so absolute that Joe's own party now wants him to throw in the towel and surrender the presidency after a single 90-minute performance. They want Crooked Joe out of the race. It's a shame the way they're treating him. But don't feel sorry for him. He's a very bad guy. He weaponized government. Remember that. He's a very bad guy. Don't feel sorry for him. So tonight I'm officially offering Joe the chance to redeem himself in front of the entire world. So Marco and Byron and everybody, here's what we're going to do. You guys can be referees if you like. Let's do another debate this week so that Sleepy Joe Biden can prove to everyone all over the world that he has what it takes to be president. But this time it will be man-to-man, no moderators, no holes barred. Just name the place, anytime, anywhere. And in the debate, Sleepy Joe also declared that he wanted to test his skills and stamina against mine on the golf course. Can you believe this? Did you ever see him swing? He's like this.
Dude, he is such a
That's why this evening I am also, and this is in honor of you and everybody here. It is 45,000 people. That's a lot of people. I'm also officially challenging Crooked Joe to an 18-hole golf match right here. On Doral's Blue Monster, considered one of the greatest tournament golf courses anywhere in the world, one of the great courses of the world. It will be among the most watched sporting events in history, maybe bigger than the Ryder Cup or even the Masters. And I will even give Joe Biden 10 strokes aside. 10 strokes, that's a lot. That means 20 strokes in case you don't play golf.
The fact that he's doing this is look, and Joe Rogan has said this for a little while now. He's like, Trump's a comedian. He acts like a comedian. He builds it up, then the punchline, then people, and it slays. It's hilarious. So real quick, because I know that look, politics is not everybody's cup of tea. Especially on my Legion Talk channel. It is drastically bigger than my Legion Wire channel. This is the link. If you want to subscribe, it's all good in the hood. If not, that's cool too. This stream will be unlisted on Legion Talk, and it will remain live only on Legion Wire. Probably only going to be doing this leading up to, quite frankly, probably for maybe another month. It's just not conducive for a pop culture channel, Legion Talk, versus a political channel.
I will give him 10 strokes aside, and if he wins, I will give the charity of his choice, any charity that he wants, $1 million. And I'll bet you he doesn't take the offer. I would bet because he's all talk. But what that match will do is prove that Joe is, in fact, all talk and no action. But on many things, not just golf. When pilots walk into the White House, he says he used to fly planes. He didn't. When truckers come in, he says he used to drive a truck. He didn't. When Jewish people are here, he always attended synagogues, he said, the Jewish people. He didn't attend a synagogue. Did he ever see a synagogue? He doesn't know what a synagogue is. When black people come, he spent his Sundays in black churches. All of it's false, all of it's fake. He's a fake. Unfortunately, he was like that in Afghanistan. He was like that with Russia, Ukraine, and he was like that on October 7th and the attack in Israel. He didn't know what he was doing. But whatever else can be said about Crooked Joe Biden, you have to give him credit for one brilliant decision, probably the smartest decision he's ever made. He picked Kamala Harris as his vice president. No, it was brilliant.
And recent polls have come out saying that Kamala Harris is more popular than Donald Trump. Okay. I do apologize if I sound a little off. Allergies are getting to me today. So just if I go off camera, it's because I'm being gross.
Because it was an insurance policy, maybe the best insurance policy I've ever seen, Marco. If Joe had picked someone even halfway competent, they would have bounced him from office years ago, but they can't because she's got to be their second choice. She has no choice and no chance. As vice president, Kamala Harris was given two jobs, two very important jobs, actually. First, she was put in charge of the U.S. border security and the border, and she never showed up.
She was called the border czar. The border czar. That's a thing that they called her. What the hell is that? What's up, Jason? How you doing, man? Haven't talked to you in a while. Sorry. Started the new job. Working on a new shift right now, so it's been very, very like woof. It's very topsy-turvy. Great job though. Great. The best job. It's the bestest job. I love it. It's great. Like I got to work on my Trump, but it's good to see him, man. Seriously. So. Oh no, I kidding.
She's never gone. She never went there once. And the border's the worst border in the history of the world, not just in the number of years, the worst. We had the best border in history. She has the.
That seems to be on them.
Both times the result was a deadly failure. Since Kamala was made border czar, the Biden-Harris administration has lost track of an estimated 150,000 children, many of whom have undoubtedly been raped, trafficked, killed, or horribly abused. I think of it, 150,000 children are missing. They're gone. Nobody knows where they are. Many are not with us any longer. She's 100% for the Green New Scam, supports banning the sale of gas-powered cars. Who wants to drive an electric car for the rest of your life? Does anybody?
No, not ever.
You don't want to drive for 45 minutes?
The only person I would ever buy an electric car from would be Elon Musk, and it'd be like maybe the Plaid because it's like, whoa, it'd be like super fast, but I would probably drive it to the grocery store and around town. If I'm going to do a trip, I'm taking a gas-powered vehicle. They make it hundreds, at least 100 miles longer than an electric car, and then you just pull over and you get gas, and you're done in 10 minutes, maybe 15 if you have to poop.
Minutes and then stop for 3 hours. Is that what you said?
But Elon Musk is awesome. God bless him for buying Twitter, seriously, because he's under attack right now by the European Union. Oh, look, Trovo's having problems. Weird that a commie platform from China's having problems every single time I do these political streams. That's so strange. All right, go away, Trovo. I'm just going to cancel that account. Maybe I just use it when I play video games. I don't know.
And wants the American energy industry totally shut down, starting with Pennsylvania fracking and Texas drilling. No drilling in Texas, no fracking in Pennsylvania. We just got a poll from Pennsylvania with 12 points up. That's a lot. We got a poll from Texas with 16 points up. And we have some great people from Texas here tonight. And as a senator, Kamala sided with socialist Bernie Sanders. He's a real socialist. He's serious. But not as bad as Biden turned out to be. Bernie's embarrassed by some of the things that Biden did because they push him around. It's the ultra-far-left government takeover of the entire healthcare system. And I don't think Kamala Harris's California socialism is going to go down well with the people of Doral, the people of Miami, or the people of Florida. Because in Florida, we don't like socialism. We want our freedom, right? We want our freedom.
Especially in Miami. They came from Cuba.
And we have a lot of people, Marco, from Cuba, from Venezuela, from all over. And they don't want to hear about socialism or communism. Thank you. Despite all the Democrat panic this week, the truth is it doesn't matter who they nominate because we are going to beat any one of them in thundering landslides. And this November is going to be amazing, going to be the most important election in the history of our country because our country's going down the tubes. That's a nice way of saying our country.
We have a weird thing going on. Something StreamYard's fucking up. What's it doing? I'm literally getting echoing auto.
Country's not doing too well. We've never had anything like it. Our borders, our economy, the worst inflation ever.
All right, the echo's gone. Yeah. Well, dude, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna watch both in one stream. Sorry about that if you heard the echo. StreamYards isn't great. It has problems.
We have the politics on our side. We have the policies on our side that will make America great again, and they don't. They will only continue to destroy our nation. Our nation is being destroyed. Joe, Kamala, and the entire Democrat establishment have been caught red-handed in the thick of the biggest scandal and the biggest cover-up. It's a cover-up. That's what it is. And I said it when they hit this guy in the basement and then they cheated on the election. It's a cover-up. It's the biggest cover-up in political history. As you know, they are all co-conspirators in the sinister plot to defraud the American public about the cognitive abilities of the man in the Oval Office. Sometimes he's there, not there often. Laughing Kamala, Laffin apostrophe, laughing. Laughing Kamala was in on it. Crazy Nancy Pelosi, who, by the way, is also very cognitively impaired. Have you watched her lately? She's not doing too well. She's not doing too well. I think she's worse than Joe. You want to know the truth? She was in on it. Crying Chuck Schumer. You ever see him cry? He cries when the phoniest crying I've ever seen. Crying Chuck Schumer was in on it. Every Democrat cabinet member was in on it. They all knew this guy was grossly incompetent, and every Democrat in the House and the Senate was in on it. It was a scam. The American people can never trust this group of liars ever again. They've put our country at great risk and danger. That's why we are going to sweep them all out of office this November. I believe it'll be an election like no other. But the biggest problem for the radical left Democrats is that their candidates are very much, if you take a look, mentally deficient. Is that a nice statement? They are mentally deficient. I'm saying that because the other term is too tough. The biggest problem is that their policies are no good. Their policies are horrible. Americans want strong borders, not open borders. We want low taxes, not high taxes. You know, they want to increase your taxes 4 times, by 4 times. We want a strong military, not a woke military. We don't have a woke. We have some woke generals at top, but they'll be gone so fast your head will spin. But we have a great military. We have a military that defeated ISIS in 4 weeks once I got in. We want no inflation, not 30 or 50% inflation, which is what you had. Think of it. You were destroyed. People were destroyed with the inflation.
I just want to say, what is up there, Clue? Salute, Ryan. Oh, look, a real president. That is correct, sir. As you are very correct. Also, Jason says StreamYards is 50-50 if it works or not. That is not. There's never been a truer statement issued, at least on this stream thus far, or probably previous streams, because I've used StreamYards for a long time. I pay $50 a month to use StreamYards, and it works half the time. They might want to cut their prices. Just saying, that inflation gonna kick you in the butt.
I don't even order bacon anymore. You know, bacon's gone up like 5. I said, it's too expensive. I don't want it. I don't want it. No, it's gone up many times, right? Byron likes bacon. Bacon, I think maybe, how many stand up, Byron? Byron, how good is Byron?
Big kid.
They say it's gone up 4 times 4 times. So we don't eat bacon anymore, right? No more. We want American energy independence, not all electric cars and the Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam. Above all, we want America first, not America last. They want America last. What they're doing to our country is not even believable. That's why Florida is going to defeat the radical left Democrat hoaxers and liars, and the election day, we are going to tell crooked Joe Biden, Joe, you've done a horrible job. You're fired. Get out, Joe. You're fired. You know, it's only 103 degrees out here. So, you know, they built all these, they call them, sir, we have many water spots. I said, what about one for me? Do I have one? I don't have one, Marco. They gave water spots. Everybody has, they call it a water spot. Where water comes out, you get, they don't have anything for me. I'm being drenched up here. With your vote, I will begin saving our country from every Biden disaster, starting the moment I lift my hand from the Bible after taking the oath of office. We're going to do it on day one. On day one, we're going to do it. I will seal the border, stop the invasion. We have an invasion coming through our southern border. And by the way, you know who wants that? You know who wants that invasion stopped the most? Hispanic people, because they don't want their jobs taken. They don't want their homes taken. And you know who it affects the most is black people, because these people are coming in and taking jobs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. What they've done to our country is unbelievable. But we want to send Joe Biden's illegal alien.
And real quick, I'd like to address this because I know that after the first debate, they're like, what is a black job? What's a Hispanic job? It's a job that you woke idiots would typically hire a black or Hispanic American for. But now, because you're all in on the quote refugees, illegal immigrants, you're hiring them because, again, the leftists are the racists. Now, I'm not saying that people on the right can't be racist, but the majority of the people who actually support Donald Trump, the vast majority, probably 99.9%, are America first and American citizens, including the ones who, guess what, don't look like you. You know why? Because they're still an American. It's not a hard concept.
Back home where they belong. Remember, as I said, they come from prisons, they come from jails. All these countries are at record low.
Yeah, Clue, pretty much. But Black Jobs is this year's binders full of women. Immediate trigger term for dummies. And for children too. I mean, because look, how many idiot kids are on Twitter when they really shouldn't be? Quite frankly, parents, please your kids up. Jesus Christ. I remember as a kid, I had a Facebook. Not Facebook, sorry, MySpace. I had a MySpace. That was my first introduction to social media. I didn't get a Facebook until 2009. So anyway, it's for kids who believe this stuff because they're impressionable and they retweet it and then other people retweet it, and it's like it's for idiots. No, I'm not calling kids idiots, but they're kind of idiots.
Numbers of crime. They're sending us their criminals from Caracas and Venezuela. Caracas, Venezuela. Next year we'll meet in Venezuela because it will be safe. Their crime has gone down 72% because they've sent all of their drug dealers, their criminals, and most of their prisoners into our country. But that's true with most countries. And if I were running one of the countries throughout the world, not just in South America, I would be doing exactly the same thing. I would have done it faster than they've done it. But our country is being destroyed. 2 weeks ago, it was revealed that Biden and Harris have allowed more than 50 radical Islamic terrorists, some of the worst in the world, by the way, to cross our border and remain at large in our country. And we have no idea where they are. They have no idea also where these terrorists are, but Joe and Kamala are simply carrying on with business as usual, holding fundraisers, taking afternoon naps. And as Joe says, I want to go to the beach today. The guy thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. Did you ever? No, somebody in his staff told him, you look great in a bathing suit. He can't lift the chair. You know, those chairs are meant for children and old people to lift. Old people and children. And he can't lift them. They weigh about 4 ounces. When I'm president, I promise you this, I will not rest until we have found these radical Islamic terrorists and throw them the hell out of our country. We're going to get them out of here. And we will not let them back in. So many people, very few were thrown out, but the ones that came back in during this Biden administration of open borders, who the hell wants open borders? How crazy is it? Under the Biden border disaster, other countries are emptying out their prisons and their jails. They're emptying out their mental institutions. And I go a step further. You know what an insane asylum is, right? Did anyone ever see the lovely movie Silence of the Lambs? Did you see it? Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man. He would love to have you for dinner. He will take you. You had many people for dinner. Well, we have a lot of people coming in. They always say, oh, that's terrible, that Trump would say. He is rambling about Hannibal Lecter. No, I'm not rambling. We are allowing people from insane asylums and mental institutions into our country by the tens of thousands, and they're closing them down in other countries. You know the cost savings and all of the savings? And sending bloodthirsty terrorists, savage gang members, and child predators into the United States to prey on our people, to prey on you, to prey on everybody. They're coming not only from South America, but from all over the world, from Asia, Africa, and every other place. They're coming from all over the world. 2 weeks ago, I spoke to the grieving mother, Jocelyn Nungari, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who is tied up, stripped, assaulted, raped, strangled to death after walking the block to a 7-Eleven store on the corner. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder. Beautiful, beautiful girl. The mother is devastated. Pretty much, I would say, over. The mother, I don't know. I spoke to the mother. Mother is just as you would be, as anybody would be. But charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens who Joe Biden set loose into our country. He let them loose, and they knew who they were. They came across our border claiming they feared for their lives. No, other people feared for. They feared for their lives when they saw these 2 guys. They didn't fear at all. They had no fear. They're tough people. And Joe Biden and his group of people let them in. We're going to bring back, by the way, we're bringing back Tom Homan. We're bringing back all of the guys that did such a great job on the border. We had the greatest border in history. Brandon Judd, great people. These are great people. One of them was in the country for only 20 days before ending Jocelyn's beautiful American life, and recently in Virginia at Trump National Golf Club in the Potomac River, I had lunch with the mother of and the sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old beautiful mother of 5 who was attacked, raped, and brutally murdered while out on a run. She was running. She always wanted to keep herself in good shape, her mother told me. She was a beautiful person. Police believe the sadistic monster charged with Rachel's death first killed another woman in another country, then fled across Joe Biden's wide-open border into the United States, after which he attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs and cities and towns. We're going to stop it. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We will close up our border, and we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. And on day 1, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. We have no choice. And as I say, and I say it all the time, and I already said it to you, no one has been hurt more by the Biden invasion than our great African American and Hispanic American populations. Under Crooked Joe, 109% of all net job creation over the last year has gone to migrants. Did you know that? Almost every job that was created has gone to migrants. In fact, more than every job. It's crushing wages for American workers, draining resources for American citizens, and stealing American jobs. And they are stealing them at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Joe Biden wants to be the president for illegal aliens, but I will be the president for law-abiding Americans of every background, every walk of life, and every race, religion, color, and creed. Joe Biden's job numbers are fake. They're fake numbers, and the fake media knows it, but they don't look at all of them back there. Oh, that's a lot, Marco. That's a lot, Marco. I think they probably think I'm going to be announcing that Marco is going to be vice president. I don't know. Because that's a lot of press. That's a lot of press. They're also...
Again, my apologies for bouncing in and off camera. Allergies going nuts. For those of you watching on Legion Talk and maybe on Twitch or any other platform, Legion Wire is where this will stay active. This stream, that is my political channel. I'm gonna have to keep pushing it because, quite frankly, Legion Talk is not a political channel. I will unlist the video, and eventually I'm going to stop in probably the next month streaming there for this. So go subscribe to Legion Wire. You can click on the link. It's easy. It's not hard. So, but I appreciate everybody watching. Thank you guys for being here. Seriously.
So overwhelmingly part-time jobs, which really means that they're second jobs of people who are struggling to get by. They're being taken by the illegal migrants that are coming into our country in these record numbers. We've never seen anything. It is indeed an invasion. When I return to the White House, I will once again be the greatest jobs president that God has ever created. And like we had 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, we will have full-time jobs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We had the greatest economy in the history of the planet, well-paying jobs and jobs that can support a home and a family very, very easily. We had it all. As everyone knows, the Biden economy is a nightmare for working families under Crooked Joe. Inflation, price hikes, and they've cost, listen to this, $28,000. $28,000. And you know, under Trump, you made $14,000. That's a big swing. Under Biden and Harris, half of Americans are not taking a vacation at all this summer because they can't afford to do it. Most say it's because the cost of daily life is so high, no matter what they make, they can't. Because, you know, they like to say 20%, 29%, 26%, 31%. I think
Was muted again. Ryan, get your head out your butt. I can relate to this because I've started a new job. It's a great job, but you got to start at the bottom. Great company. One of the best companies, the highest rated companies for the last several decades. It was high rated when I was a kid. Working there now. So happy. I'm still working part-time in my previous job. Going to be working roughly in the neighborhood of, I don't know, 55, 60 hours a week. You know why? Because I have things I want to do. I have things I want to save for. I have a vacation I want to take that's coming up. It's like, it's all these things that Americans are struggling. And look, you get these losers on Twitter who are like, you know, oh, more money for Ukraine. Yay. And it's like, how about more help for Americans? They're like, what do Americans not have? And it's like, and this is coming from an actual American. And, you know, the person who's countering this, it's like, I don't know, inflation. You know, it's just, it's, you know, reduced retirements. It's like all these things, gas prices, like what do you want? And they're like, going, well, Ukraine's, you know, Ukraine's children's hospitals being bombed. And I'm like, I'm not Ukrainian. I don't care. I'm sorry. That sucks. It sucks to say I don't care. I'm not Ukrainian. If you're an American citizen and you care that fucking much, get on a fucking airplane and go over there and pick up a gun in Ukraine and you fight. That's the way it works. I already served my time in the military. You fucking punk bitches. Hate these Ukrainian bots who are like going, oh my God, Ukraine, we got to support Ukraine.
I think your inflation, your real inflation, is way over 50.
You know, Russia wants a ceasefire. They want to put an end to peace. And again, the leader of NATO, the president, he's not the president of NATO. I call him the president of NATO. He said, Vladimir Putin, before he invaded Ukraine, said, if you say that Ukraine will never be a part of NATO because it's right on our border and we don't want that, it'd be kind of like if Putin said to America, America said to Putin, don't ever put a base in Mexico right on our border and we won't have a problem. We're good. That's what Vladimir Putin said to the president of NATO. It's like the leader, the chancellor, whatever the fuck. He said that. And the chancellor and the president, whatever fucking leader of NATO, he's like, What do you mean, He's like, I can't really guarantee that. Are you shitting me with this? So you got a message from the president of Russia saying, hey, don't do this. And we're good. We're good. And you said, I don't know if I can really, do that. And now there are, I don't know. We don't even know the numbers. Hundreds of thousands, maybe millions dead. The hell are you doing? These people are warmongers who, again, if you just vomit money at war, people get to line their pockets.
50%, and I believe that. Meanwhile, Crooked Joe has spent almost 50% of his presidency on vacation. Almost all of it, including many, many weeks on the beach. And mansions are in, think of this. Here's a guy that's been a politician all his life. He's got homes in the Virgin Islands, Nantucket, Lake Tahoe, Kiowa Island. I mean, where the hell did they get all this money, Byron? He's got more homes than I do.
China.
What the hell is going on with him? And that home he's got in Delaware is pretty nice.
Ukraine.
Right? Remember, they said it was his son's home. You know, his son is running it, right? You know that, right? You know that. He's running our government. And Jill is helping. Jill is helping. Where's Hunter? Remember the sign, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? He's in the White House. Hunter is in the White House running government right now, they say. That's interesting. No wonder Joe doesn't want to give up the job. His own staff says that the only hours he works are 10 a.m. to 4. Does anybody here have a job like that? Raise your hand, please.
No.
And I doubt he even spends that. And today he's with the people from NATO. And these people are sharp. I know them very well, every one of them.
People hate Donald Trump not because he grew up in somewhat, his father built a lot from the ground up, right? Doing housing authority and stuff like that, building buildings. But Donald John Trump took what his father did and he turned it into a billion dollar industry worth billions. Yes. Did he fail? As most people who are successful do. That's the way you get better. You don't become successful without failure. You try, maybe you miss the mark. Then you tried it again. And you're like right there and you're just above the mark. And it's like somebody did it better and you still failed. But you got there. That's why they hate this man. Because he actually works. You think Nancy Pelosi is worth $270 million because she worked hard? No. Because she knew this, she picked stocks, and then she's like, we're gonna invest in electric vehicles, which require stuff from like Nvidia and this and this and this and this, and it's like she has the most incredible stock picks in the history of the world. If you want stock tips, go follow Nancy Pelosi. You can actually find her folder is available online. No, that's not a joke. It's publicly available information. But at the same time, though, you better have some change in your pocket because her husband went and bought stocks for tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they turned into millions of dollars.
Very smart. They're at
So no, the fact that like the reason they hate him is because he supports working class people. He supports people who have worked their way from the ground up because his father did. These people in Congress, AOC was a bartender before she got elected to Congress. Now she's worked, I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.4 million. It was weird. That's weird. You only make about 180,000 a year. So in roughly 4 to 6 years, you're worth, like, get out of here.
the top of their game, and they're saying, what the hell is with this guy? We can't figure it out. You know, I saved Noto because when I went down, hey.
Yes, Clue. Insider trading, which is a massive felony, but Trump is the felon. That's why normal people are like going, hold up, wait a fucking minute. What are you doing? So Hunter Biden was convicted of a, quote, felony for the weapons charge. Have we heard about that since the verdict? Have we seen Hunter Biden? Have we seen the media talk about how Hunter Biden is a convicted felon? No. All we hear about is convicted felon Donald Trump. He should not be allowed to run for the White House. Convicted felons cannot be allowed to. What? Also, at the same time, yes, a convicted felon can run for office. Eat a dick. You don't like it. I don't care what the office is. It can be your local school representative, or it can be president of the United States. They have very much a right to run. But the mainstream media and a lot of freaking Democrats who are captured as literally what's called the deep state, the people who are in power. Remember Chuck Schumer went on what was it, MSNBC, and he was like going, he's like, when Trump was president, he's like, well, you're messing with the intelligence community. He's like going, that's not a smart idea. You know why? Because they have many ways to mess with you back. And then ding, 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 all these things started coming out. That's what's called the deep state. Yes, we have people who are not elected officials with lots of money who are making decisions behind the scenes, and the people like us do not get to hear about it. And then they have dirt on people probably like Chuck Schumer because not just because he can't grill a burger, but probably because he stuck his finger in a little boy's butthole at some time. That's conjecture.
Bro.
I'm just saying, you think Chuck Schumer's above board? Look at that dude. That dude looks like he sits there and waits with a shoe on his camera to be like, oh, excuse me, to a young lady with a skirt on, and he's got a camera on his shoe. Dude's creepy as shit.
Barack Hussein Obama, has anyone ever heard of him? He would go and, go to wherever they're holding the NATO meeting, and he'd make a nice speech and he'd leave. And Bush would go and make a nice speech and he would leave. In all fairness, Bush, oh yeah.
Bush.
But he'd make a nice speech and he'd leave. They'd all go make speeches and they'd leave. They wouldn't even stay there a day. I went and didn't make a nice speech. I said, what the hell are you doing? Nobody's paying. Nobody was paying. But I didn't want to be obnoxious because I felt, it's the first time I'd ever done this. I went. I didn't even know what the hell NATO was too much before, but it didn't take me long to figure it out, like about 2 minutes. And the first thing I figured out was they weren't paying. We were paying. We were paying almost fully for NATO. And I said, that's unfair, but I didn't want to make a big mess. I was president for about 15 minutes. And I didn't want to, go after NATO as my first thing. But 6 months later, I went back to the second meeting and I said, you know what? You're not paying your bills. You got to pay your bills. Somebody stood up from one of the countries, 28 countries, and only 7 were paying what they should be paying. 28 countries, think of that. And these countries, now we added a couple, but 28 countries. And they said, sir, could I ask you, I said, you have to pay your bills. They said, sir, may I ask you a question? If we don't pay our bills, will you protect us from Russia? I said, you mean you're delinquent? They said, yes, we're delinquent. Let's say we're delinquent. Would you protect us? I said, no, I will not protect you from Russia. The money came in by the billions. It came in. There's never been, right? There has never been. Where's Waltz?
That's very true. The framing of it, I mean, this is this, Trump doing, "What's up, Wade? How you doing, man? Good to see you." This is Trump probably again, and he's a BSer, so he probably elevates the story a little bit. I don't care. The fact that he actually did this in some context, and he went to the European Union, he went to NATO, and he was like, y'all aren't paying your bills. What the freak? He's like, what the hell? He's like, the United States pays the majority of NATO costs, and yet we're the farthest one from the former Soviet Union, now Russia. But we pay the majority of the bill? That's horseshit. It made sense after World War II when Europe was in shambles. That made sense. I understand that. Europe was in shambles. The United States stayed literally at the Berlin Wall line. And on this western side, the United States helped Europe rebuild. We did it better than the Soviet Union did. It's neither here nor there. But now the European Union, the NATO countries are doing 10 times better. They're doing probably 50 times better, and they're not paying their bills. They're still paying the same amount. And it's like, what the are you doing? Start paying your shit. So no, yes, he went there, and that's why he literally stood in front of all these NATO countries, and he said, he's like going, y'all need to start paying more because quite frankly, we're paying the most. This is bullshit. Yes, and I'm elaborating. I'm bullshitting out, the way it was said, but he stood in front of all of them, and you watched the camera pan on all the members of NATO, their heads of state, and they looked grumpy. They're like, this dude just kicked us all straight in the dick. Real quick. Clue says, and snowflakes and dark snowflakes so emotional about the SCOTUS ruling. They don't realize it applies to their snowflake candidates in the future as well. That is true. That is true. Well, they're mad because now Trump can't be convicted on these certain things because the Supreme Court of the United States, whether you like them or not, whether you're like the Senate and you like the House, that's the legislative, the Supreme Court of the United States and all the courts down below, that's the judicial. President of the United States, Joe Biden, formerly Trump, going to be Trump in the future. That's the executive. That's literally the triangle that holds our country together. If one says no, so let's say hypothetically the president wants to do this, Congress can say no. But if Congress makes a bill, the president signs it, which is the way it's supposed to go. Legislative legislates, the executive signs it into law, and then the Supreme Court goes, no, that is against the Constitution of the United States. That is against the founding principles of this company. It's against the Bill of Rights. No, you can't do it. They literally kick it out the door. That's the way it works. It's three sides to keep everybody in balance. That's the way it works. So no, these people are like women's rights and all that crap and Project 2025. And apparently now Clarence Thomas in 2003 went to Russia, according to two Democratic senators who, quite frankly, I'm not sure if they were even alive then. But it's like, all right, bro, Clarence Thomas went to Russia on a yacht, which is what, Newsweek proclaimed. Receipts or it didn't happen. It's like saying that, the Russia collusion that was made up by the Hillary Clinton campaign, perpetuated by the FBI, is weird. It didn't happen.
Congressman Walsh, am I correct, Mr. Guy? This guy loves the military. He gets sick when he looks at what we're doing, but he loves it. Is that right? I got billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars came pouring in because he said, oh, this guy's a little different than the other guys. But Joe Biden is a part-time president while you are working overtime to get by. He's a part-time president. He doesn't work. Well, he can't work because he's mentally no good. He's shot. But he was shot 25 years ago. He was never a smart person. In fact, Ted Kennedy was actually a friend of mine. Can you believe it? Because of Palm Beach. He lived in Palm Beach. The Kennedy compound, for those that think the Kennedys are struggling, They had the Kennedy compound, but I did him a favor, and he liked me, and I was very good to him, actually. And I said to him, Ted, let me ask you a question. Who's the smartest senator? Tell me. And he gave me a name, but I won't say it because I can't stand the guy, okay? I'll tell you later, Marco, who he said. It wasn't you because you weren't there yet, so it can't. But I said, who's the smartest? He gave me a name. I said, so who's the dumbest? He goes, probably Joe. This is like 20 years ago, 20-something years ago. Probably Joe. I said, who's Joe? He said, Joe Biden. I said, really? He's a dumb guy? Yeah, he didn't understand policy. He didn't understand tax. He didn't understand anything. He's hale and hearty and well-met. And outside of his really bad hair, he's, sort of a good-looking guy at the time, right? I think the face...
He also called black people super predators in his crime bill. So great on that one. Calling black people super predators. Awesome.
Facelift did not help him.
And that's not racist? Oh, wait. In the leading up to the 2020 election, he said, if you don't know if you're voting for me or Trump, then you ain't black. What?
No, he said, I'm going to get myself a facelift. I'm going to give it one more try. He tried it 3 or 4 times. Didn't work. He tried it 3 or 4 times. Then he said, I'm going to look great. I'm going to get a facelift. You know what took him so long to get into the race? The facelift didn't work. Under my leadership, we will make America affordable again so that every American family can afford to take a thing called a vacation. Isn't that nice? And on day one, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it with a thing called MAGA-nomics.
I like it.
We will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. I will repeal every disastrous Biden regulation, of which there are many. Cancel Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. How stupid. And we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill like we never drilled before. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of it. We're going to be energy dominant within months. 4 years ago, energy independent. I will deliver large tax cuts, larger than you even have now. Do you know, I tell the story to people. It's hard to believe. I reduced taxes, the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. I reduced them bigger than the Reagan tax cuts many years ago.
Yep.
And with a lower rate, the following year, we took in much more tax money. Think of it. So we're getting much less. That meant for small businesses, large businesses, because that's what the job creators are. For middle-income people, low-income people, everybody. And he wants to let that expire. And
also, real quick, remember, like 4 or 5 years ago, interest rates as low as 1.99% when buying a new car, if you're qualified, right? Your credit score. Have you seen the new advertisements for interest rates as low as 4.99% if you're qualified? 4.99%, 5% interest. That would be for somebody who has a mid to high 600 credit rating. Not in the 700s, not in the 800s, mid 600s to high 600s, 5%. That's not including the people that if you're below, you're like 650 or below, maybe just like 550-ish or 575-ish, you're going to be paying 12%, 14%. No. 5 years ago, 1.99% for a new car. Now it's 4.99%. 5% interest on a new car for a loan. Are you serious? And we're better now?
And if you do, your taxes are going to go up about 5 times, 4 times to 5 times more. How would you feel if they raise your taxes by 4 or 5 times? Not too. And remember that when you're going into the voting booth, do I want to have a terrible president who has no idea where the hell he is? And less importantly, do I want to pay 4 times more tax? And remember, what I'm going to do is something that nobody has ever even thought about doing. No tax on tips. For all of you waitresses, for all of you caddies at Doral. I came to Doral and there were some caddies at the shack We call it Caddyshack. It's the most beautiful Caddyshack I've ever seen. We have the world's most beautiful. They sit down and watch television. And I never had this before. They were out for a round. They're very sweaty, very, very sweaty guys. You know, look, they're carrying bags all over the place. Not easy. It's 100 degrees out today, 103, 104. And they saw me and they gave me the biggest hug. I said, get the hell out of here. You're soaking wet. I said, why do you like me so much today, but in the past you never touched me and kissed me and hugged me? It's very simple, sir. No tax on tips. Thank you very much. So for caddies, for waitresses, I mean, it's tremendous. And it's a very complicated thing, frankly, for the government to collect. But they've issued new rules and regulations that make it very bad for people. The reason I thought of this, I was in Nevada, where we're leading, by the way, a lot. We're up by like 14 points in Nevada. That's supposed to be a little bit Democrat territory, but we're leading in Nevada, and a waitress came over, beautiful waitress, and I never like talking about physical. She's beautiful inside, because you never talk about a person's look, ever. You never mention it. The other day, I got very angry. Some man called Chris Christie fat, and I said, sir, and then he said he was a pig. I said, sir, Chris Christie is not a fat pig. Please remember that. He is not a fat pig. Please take it back. And the guy's looking at me like, really? No, we have.
That's a joke. And and this is not even what they took from that. That loser Harry Sisson was trying to say, oh, Trump is so deranged and he's so out of it. He praised Hannibal Lecter again. It's called sarcasm, you big dumb bitch. There's probably never been a person in the history of the world that I've ever wanted to see face to face and be like, going, talk the shit you do online to me right now. Jacob, thank you for being here, dude. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm just talking out my ass because, quite frankly, I'm just another schmo on the internet. But subscribe to Jacob Ironside. He's awesome. He's really awesome. Great guy. Seriously, catches a lot of the shows, and he doesn't need to because, again, he's busy himself. He's busy doing his thing and making videos and stuff like that. So God bless him. Speaking of, I'm going to be covering the Acolyte later on today in a video. Yay.
Have to defend people. You can't call people fat. So I said about 9 times, he is not a fat pig. So every time you leave a tip for the next 4 months, because it's going to go into effect very quickly, make sure that you write on the receipt, vote Trump for no tax on trips. No tax on tips. That's a good one. No, but the waitress said, I said, how are you doing? She said, worked there a long time, great person, beautiful person. And she said, oh, it's brutal with the government, what they do to us. It's crazy. They come, they put on 88,000 people to go and take advantage of people like that. And she said, it's brutal. I said, I have a great idea. How about no tax on tips? That was the extent of my study. One waitress. But it's true. It made so much. Isn't it funny that nobody ever thought of that but me? Isn't that weird? But it's a great thing, and they deserve their money. They work hard for it. They deserve it. They deserve it. Marco, you're going to vote for it, I hope? Well, you may or may not be there to vote for it, but you'll be involved. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. That's why they are weaponizing law enforcement against their opponents. They are turning America into communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela. By the way, Venezuela is much more than socialist by now. You know that, right? Who's here from Venezuela? Who's here from Cuba?
What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you? How many people from Miami are from Cuba and they're not down with this socialist crap that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Joe Biden and his administration are pushing? They're not down with it, dude. Miami is a huge district in Florida. And even though Florida is red, Miami is still blue. But it's tipping. It's tipping hardcore, and it's tipping for this guy right here. Tampa Bay is fucked. I lived in Tampa Bay. Well, the irony is that Pinellas County, where I worked, where St. Petersburg, stuff like that, voted in Anna Paulina Luna, this Republican that supports Trump. So, yeah. So the city of St. Petersburg is very blue, and but Pinellas County is rejecting the rest of it. Hillsborough County is still pretty blue, which is where I lived. But is the Cubanos? They're not. What's up there, Grimm's Bar? Haven't seen you in a while, man. How you doing? Clue says legal immigrants hate this blue stuff. Yes, because it's like you get to walk over the border and you get free shit. You get free shit.
You know, I had it all done with Cuba. If they didn't rig the election within 6 months, we were going to have that all worked out. They were ready. Then Biden came in, right? Then Biden came in, he opened it up. It's a disgrace. Trying to silence dissent and put their political adversary.
Dude, literally the same. Started a new job, still working at the old job. Because quite frankly, this inflation is killing everybody. Yeah, so I saw an amazing video today. Just a big shout out again. I don't want to keep harping on this, but Legion Talk is not the place for politics. I'm streaming here because it's a larger platform. It's about 5 times larger than Legion Wire. Legion Wire, yes, I play on the Daily Wire. You know, is where I do all my political streams and videos and stuff like that. So go subscribe over there. This video on this live stream on Legion Talk will be unlisted. If you have the link or if you've previously watched it, it will still be available for you. But watch it on Legion Wire. You know, it's just I'm trying to separate, you know, politics, pop culture, gaming, Legion Games 2076, my biggest channel, and Legion Teaches History. So can't build a media company overnight, just saying. And I might be set in my 70s one day still making videos. So we'll see. Grim says, why are you making Biden's numbers go good before the election? I don't think that Americans are. I think the liars are. And trust me, we're going to be covering if there's time. If something comes up where I have to change things, then we might hold off on President Biden's lovely NATO summit last night.
Sir is behind bars. He wants to put me.
Well, it's great to see you, Grim. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Behind bars.
I am working a full-time job, 410s at a very reputable aviation company. And I'm working part-time for FedEx Ground, and YouTube is my third job. So I guess I'm working 3. It's just YouTube doesn't pay as of right now. Apparently stream elements is a thing. So I listed like links for like people who are like, hey, you know, you're doing a great job, stuff like that. You know, I'll toss you a dollar or two. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm retarded. So it's like, I found out literally like 2 weeks ago or something like that. But yeah, no, I'm working two jobs, about 55, 60 hours a week on top of doing YouTube, and I'm going to continue to do that. So, but yeah, Grim's face. He's like, shit, drop your Cash App. I have a Cash App. I can drop that. It just feels dirty, but you asked, dude. So I'll do it. I don't like asking for things because it feels dirty. It really does. So going forward, if you see a pinned comment, you can donate. You don't have to. I don't care. I love the fact that you're just here hanging out and we're talking. That's what's he says, hell yeah, man. Yeah. Dude, I got to speaking of hell yeah, on Wednesday, I got to do, well, just say maintenance. I got to do maintenance on a National Guard Chinook helicopter and an F-18 Super Hornet. Holy monkey, that was the best experience of my life. It was literally like right up there with being a cop because, quite frankly, I love aircraft. I've wanted to get my pilot's license for years, and shit, that was awesome. Also, I didn't know that when fighter jets come in, they land so fast that their brakes get so heated, it can actually blow the tires out. That's not a joke. I'm not joking. So, but yes, Clue, I will drop the Cash App. If you send me like $2, I'll be like, going, thanks, dude. Yeah, it is nuts. It is nuts. I'm gonna stop talking. Let's talk to let's listen to the president.
My parents are looking down
Number 47. Let's listen to number
and
47.
saying this was not planned when he went to the Wharton School of Finance. The great Alphonse Capone. You know Alphonse, a very nice gentleman.
Alphonse.
Very fine man. Scarface, they call him in some territory. Here's a scar from here to here. He didn't get it by playing tiddlywinks either. No, he was a guy that, see this man right up here is a very tough guy. I know him, he's tough as hell. If he ever had dinner with Al Capone and Al Capone didn't like him, he'd look at him and say, "Are you mocking me?" And this guy would go, "No, I promise I'm not." But if Alphonse didn't like you, you'd never see him again, darling. Your husband would never be home again. He'd right now be a part of a foundation of a very tall building.
Oh, shit.
But Al Capone got indicted less than I did. Think of it, Alphonse Capone. My parents would look down, they were so great. They're saying, how did this ever happen to my son? But you know what? We're finding out, and everybody knew, and I've been saying it's a total fraud. It was election interference, that's all it was. All Biden, they're all Biden indictments, the local ones, the state ones. They're all Biden indictments. He's a bad guy. And he's unleashed a horrible thing on this country. He's really done. Wouldn't you say, Byron? He has unleashed a horrible thing because, that can happen the other way around, too. But the Supreme Court came out with an incredible decision this week, and I have great respect for the courage that they've shown. Great respect for the courage that they've shown. They have great intellect and great insight, incredible insight. They got it. They saw what was happening, not only with me, but with other people, what they did with the Fisher verdict. You know the Fisher verdict, right? That has to do with the J6 people. They had great decisions this last week. Decisions on regulations that are going to free up businesses and allow businesses to hire people and thrive. All of their persecution is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in every single poll. And we're not just leading against crooked Joe Biden, we're leading against Kamala, and we're leading against everybody else. And our senators and our congressmen are coming in with us. We're going to have a big day, most important day. The radical left Democrats have spent this entire election posing as defenders.
All right. I did what was asked by my friend. Clue's my friend. Do not feel the need to donate ever. Just a like and a subscribe on any of my channels, Legion Talk, Legion Wire, even Twitch, which is dead. That's all I need. That's all I ask for. So thank you so much for everybody for being here. Grim says, did Trump just say the mob was responsible for 9/11? Rolling on the I was doing other stuff because can't pay attention to everything. Here's where Andrew Yang should have called the UBI and an income tax cut. Well, so what's weird is that Bernie Sanders actually floated a great idea for what was called universal basic income. And it says negative income tax. Basically transactions that happen on a so any transaction that happens, it's a minimal tax. It's very negative. It's like a fourth of a penny. But every transaction what is up there, Caucasian Sasquatch, he says, high specimen. I know. So Bernie Sanders incorporated something that was like a quarter of a penny on every transaction that happens in the world. I'm sorry, the United States. Grocery transactions, stock transactions, stuff like that. It generates because there are billions upon billions of transactions every single day, it would generate a massive arc of wealth that could be somewhat redistributed to people who need it. The problem is, though, is that not a huge Bernie Sanders fan. This was a good idea if it was done properly. If it would be done properly. Excuse me. He says squad salute. So, but the thing is, though, is that you have legislators and you have government officials who get their grubby hands in it, and they're like, "Oh, well, I mean, let's say we get billions upon billions of transactions every day. You times that point by, let's say, 0.25%. Sorry, 0.25, which is basically, a fraction of a penny. No, it would technically be less than that. Anyway, don't. I'm tired. I'm tired. Anyway, long story short, you're talking about billions of dollars to be distributed among people. Government has to do that. Exhibit A, Nancy Pelosi, $270 million. AOC, Exhibit B, a bartender before she joined Congress, and now she's worth about $4 million. Oops. Squash says that comes to boop, beep, boop, $1 bajillion, but $1 bajillion. That's true. If I was actually going to break down the math, I mean, I'd probably lose people, viewers for that one. Casting call. Well, she got big boobs. That's probably why she got elected. If she keeps her mouth shut and she just, she does a good job, but because she has big boobs. But when she goes, you're like, whoa.
Democracy.
And that's not very nice, Ryan.
Ever hear Biden? He's a threat to democracy. He doesn't even know what the hell the term is. Trump is a threat to democracy. This guy. Low IQ. He's a low IQ individual. But they're
Squatch, empty teeth. Grim says an interesting idea would be a tax like that, where the money is put into high dividend investments, let it go for 20 years, then start a social program that is based purely on dividends. That would be an extremely intelligent idea. The problem is, though, is that the government says we like to dip into things, right? So the post office, the United States Postal Service, used to be in the black. It used to be very profitable. It was the only government agency making money without taxing people. Then under George W. Bush, he said, well, we need the post office to pay the next 75 years worth of retirements, which came out to billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. There was no allocation for why they needed to pay this. It was just, you need to pay it. So ever since George W. Bush, HW is his father. George W. Bush did this. The post office has been in the red, as in losing money, because the federal government is stealing from the post office, stealing from one of the only entities that actually makes money. The government said, y'all got lots of money, we want it. And it's never changed. So with that being said, and look at social, security, it's the same thing. The government we can take a little bit here and there from Social Security. It's fine. It's fine. By the time that the majority of us are all ready for Social Security, in the next, let's see, so I'm 38. So the next, I don't know, roughly, what would that be? 33 years? 33, 65, I think is the age for Social Security. It will not exist. So do not count on Social Security for those who are literally my age and younger. You better plan early and plan now. That's what I'm doing right now, literally right now. So, all right, I'm Granted, reinvesting the percentage to outpace inflation to keep it going, tax-free social programs, yeah, outpace. AOC is extremely punchable in Minecraft. She's extremely something. She would be fine if she didn't just like open her mouth and vomit nonsense everywhere. If she kept it, no politician ever let anything mature. No, of course they haven't. Yeah, sounds about right. If you make money, the government is going to take it. 100%, 1,000,000,000%.
Lying in the entire world of Joe Biden's condition. I mean, you see his condition. You see them frantically trying to overturn the results of 50 state primaries and install a new candidate at the behest of their very rich donors. Do you know that we took in record numbers over the last 4 weeks, and most of it was taken in with small donors, $61 on average, $61. And those people vote. But the Democrats, I think that their funding is stopping because I think they're rich donors. They have a lot of rich donors. We have some, but we don't really focus on it. We focus on the small donor. To me, one thing, every small donor votes. The rich donors, they're in Monte Carlo during the election. You know, how's the election going? Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He is a major threat to democracy, and Democrats are the ones who really want to destroy democracy in our country. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the president.
I just want to say this, dude, you didn't have to do it. You get the cheers. Clue donated $20. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do it. Nobody has to do that. You're a good dude, man. And he's a hard worker too. Like, dude travels around the country making sure that quite frankly, we'll just say shit works right? You know, you get your stuff where you want it, where you need it. He's a hardworking dude. So thank you so much, dude. You didn't have to do that. Nobody has to do that ever. So yeah, no, this guy right here donated $20. Thanks, man. Seriously. You're a top-notch guy. And you know, if you're ever available for a LegionCast, I might start messaging you ahead of time because you got great takes. He's also a one of those people of color that the left loves so much, and he hates them because they're the most racist people ever. Grim says you have a Discord. I do have a Discord. I will link that too. I don't use Discord as much, but I need to start doing that. So I will link that, Grim. Just give me a second. Who's laughing at me? Don't laugh at me, sir.
Presidential election in 2024. And every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's as simple as that. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun being indicted. Thank you. I didn't know. What does it mean to be indicted? Thank you. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will be standing in their way. We're not going to let happen to our country what's happened to so many countries that many of you people were very much involved in through your parents and grandparents. You know what happened to so many of those countries. We're thrilled to be joined tonight by many fantastic Florida patriots, including a man who's become really a friend of mine. We had a vicious campaign for a while, and he was tough and he was smart. And I got to really know him well over the years, and he's a fantastic guy, Senator Marco Rubio. Marco? Thank you, Marco. Thank you. And you have a great tandem because you have another great senator who was a great governor, fantastic governor, Senator Rick Scott. Thank you, Rick. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to just this is my official Legion Games. Discord is weird. They don't let you share your stuff. But if you go to Discord, Legion Games 2076, I'll keep searching for it. It's literally just that. You used to have like Legion Games 2076 and then like a hashtag number, also known as the pound sign for those of us who are old enough. It's like if that doesn't work, Grim, let me know. I'll figure something else out. I don't use Discord as much because I feel like it's kind of like a discombobulation of mess. Yeah, I need to get better with Discord.
Thank you, Rick. We have a lot of congressmen. Let's introduce it. What the hell else do we have to do, right? Should we introduce? And by the way, at the end, do you want the music or do you want no music? Music, ready? Music or no music, ready? Who wants the music?
Proud to be in America.
Who wants a little bit quicker, no music? I think we have music tonight. Get the music ready. Get the music ready. We have some incredible, talented warriors, representatives. Corey Mills. Corey, thank you. Thank you, Corey.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Yeah, Clue, the Tic
Brian
Tac symbol.
Mast. We love Brian. Thank you, Brian. Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike. Doing great. A man I'm not going to get into a fight with him anytime soon. Byron Donalds, who's fantastic. His wife, by the way, is a true expert on education. I say, stay ready. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Thank you, Donna, for being here. Appreciate it. Great, great person. Maria Salazar. Thank you, Maria. Great. Thank you very much. Carlos Jimenez. Carlos. Good man. Mario Diaz-Balart. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. You have a fantastic lieutenant governor who's here, Jeanette Nunes. Jeanette, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. And Florida State Senators Debbie Mayfield. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you very much. Ileana Garcia. Thank you. Ana Maria Rodriguez. Thank you. Great people. State Representatives Jessica Baker. Randy Fine. Where's Randy Fine? Good. Thanks, Randy. Kevin Steele, Paula Stark, Juan Carlos Porras, Alina Garcia, David Barrero, Fabian Pasebe. Fabian, thank you. Tom Fabricio. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Tom. Vicky Lopez. A very good guy, fantastic person, great politician, frankly, but he loves the state. Incoming Speaker of the Florida House, Danny Perez. Thank you, Danny. Good job. Good luck, Danny. That should be an easy job. Good luck. And Alex Rizzo. Thank you, Alex, very much. A person who I know personally does a fantastic job as the mayor of Doral, Christy Fraga. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Great job. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor Oscar Pugue Carvey. Oscar, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Oscar. Councilwoman Digna Cabral. Thank you, Digna. Thank you very much. Sweetwater Mayor Jose Pepe Diaz. I've known him a long time. Pepe. Western Mayor Margaret Brown. Thank you, Margaret. Boy, we got a lot of politics. You have no idea. I'm introducing about 25%.
Grim says he's going hard for the Latino vote, isn't he? He's got a lot of the Latino vote, especially in Florida with the Cubanos. What's weird is that a lot of people don't know this. The Biden administration is letting a lot of illegal immigrants in, right, from other countries. You know what? One country, they're sending people back to Ecuador. Ecuador. You know why? Because the people of Ecuador are leaving because they have zero tolerance for socialism. They are sending the Ecuadorians back. Yeah, I'm not joking. So the Biden administration is come on in. And then all of a sudden, Grim says, "Oh, really? Yeah, well, yeah, it's hold on, let me see if I can find the article. We'll listen to the president a little bit more. He's almost done.
We did it by the luck of the draw. Miami-Dade County Commissioners Kevin Cabrera and J.C. Bermudez. J.C., thank you. Great people, great politicians, but good politicians. The next Miami-Dade County Sheriff, Rosie Cordero Stutz. Thank you, Rosie. Good luck. She has my endorsement. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Ambassador Carlos Trujillo. Carlos Trujillo. Thank you, Carlos. Great job you're doing. A friend of all of ours, and this woman is amazing. Laura Loomer. Where is she? Where's Laura? She is amazing.
That's what it is. Okay, sorry.
Felix Lasarte.
Hold on. Sorry, I had the wrong country. Yes, from MSN. From MSN. Sorry, I had the country wrong. South America is huge. All right, let me share this. This is not a joke. From the New York Post. Of course, MSN shared it. Biden admin says it will start shipping illegal Venezuelan migrants back to homeland. It's weird. Why? Because Venezuelans, sorry, I said Ecuadorians. A lot of countries, it's been a while. This was obviously 9 months ago, but because the Biden administration said Thursday that it will start sending Venezuelan migrants who illegally cross the U.S. border back to their troubled homeland, despite prior threats, failing to stem the surge of illegal crossings as the warnings went unenforced. Why? Why are we sending them back? In keeping with our commitment to enforce our immigration laws. Wait, hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. So Venezuelans bad because they're fleeing socialism, but other people good from South America who cross illegally? Yes, this is literally an article from 9 months ago. They're sending the Venezuelans back because they don't support this commie bullshit. Great. Like if Florida was blue, trust me, the governor of Florida would be sending the Cubanos back too. Yes, Grim. Yes. Venezuela was praised for their socialist programs by the left in the U.S. Can't have firsthand accounts of its failures. Socialism and communism does not work. It has never worked. And it's like, oh, you hear the college students too. And you just want to look. Well, we just didn't do it right. Well, it's been tried hundreds of times and it results in hundreds of millions of deaths. Plural. Hundreds of millions. How are you going to do it right? You ain't doing it right here. You ain't doing it right with the freaking flag that I have. Yes, all my avatars, literally have my little avatar with the American flag in the background because fuck you. That's why. President Trump is basically done on this one. So just before we start the 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 Biden press conference at NATO, again, please subscribe to Legion Wire. This is a thing. It's so literally this is the link on Legion Wire, youtube.com/@LegionWire. Please subscribe over there. That's where I do all my political stuff. I'm gonna give it another month, one more month, because when we hit the end of August, that literally YouTube and everything is going to be going full bore on censoring. So which means Legion Wire will get less views because covering certain topics. But Legion Talk is literally all about pop culture and Disney, which Disney throttles YouTube to throttle all of us. So that being said, I'm not going to promote it again until the end of the stream, and we're going to get going with the greatest president of never, Joseph R. Biden.
Hey, buddy. Thank you. Please be seated. Well, good evening. We just concluded this year's NATO summit, and the consensus among the members was it was a great success. It was especially momentous because it represented the 75th year of the most important military defense alliance in the world's history of the world. We should never forget that NATO grew out of the wreckage of World War II, the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations that would commit themselves to a compact of collective defense. Standing together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked.
The end of World War II was 80 years ago. That's why NATO was formed. It was 80 years ago. And, you know, the Soviet Union and the United States split Germany down. I wouldn't say the middle because, quite frankly, the United States got more ass out of Germany. Again, it was called the Berlin Wall because it was literally split Berlin down the middle. Berlin is on the most eastern front of basically. So the allies of the United States, the UK, France ended up being occupied, stuff like that. Anyway, you know what remnants pushed in was culminated in Berlin. So the Allies, yes, the Soviet Union included, even though originally the Soviet Union actually had a treaty with Nazi Germany. They split it down the middle. The Eastern Bloc, you have the Eastern Bloc, you have the Western Bloc. The Western Bloc prospered, the Eastern Bloc did not because communism sucks. And so that was what NATO was for. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1988, 88, 89, somewhere in there. The Berlin Wall came down and capitalism prevailed. The United States prevailed. Freedom prevailed. Russia was formed. We have the separate states of Ukraine, Georgia, stuff like that. NATO is not needed. It is outdated. The United States paid for the majority of the bill, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 75 to 80% of the bill. And you have these European nations who at the time were recovering, are now very prosperous, and they pay schmidgens on the dollar.
Because a would-be aggressor knows
the would-be aggressor is Russia. Great. Russia is not a first world country. Russia is a second world country. They do okay for themselves. The ruble is literally, I think it's like a sixth of a fraction of what the US dollar is. It's it's not great, guys. This is nonsense. Real quick, Grim says, X to doubt, World War II. One estimate is that about 10% of the world's population was killed either during or immediately after the Mongol invasion. Yes, no, it was. Yeah, no, that's true. That's roughly true. That the Genghis Khan and the Mongol invasions killed about 10% of the world population. That's around 37.75 to 60 million people in Eurasia. I should have said modern war. So Grimm's, thank you for the correction. Yes, Genghis Khan, crazy dude, crazy dude. But more coherent than this guy.
They attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us. Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and prevent wars in the first place. For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine. Some of the
Again, because the head of NATO, and look, the United States, no, the president of the United States is not the head of NATO. The United States funds the majority of NATO, and we fund the majority of the troops, the weapons, all that kind of stuff. The head of NATO, Vladimir Putin, and it was documented roughly about 4 years ago before Russia actually invaded, and Vladimir Putin said, "Do not welcome Ukraine into NATO, and we will not have a problem." The head of NATO said, I can't really guarantee that. So Vladimir Putin invaded. He said, literally was said, don't do this. We won't have this. And NATO, the head of NATO went, yeah, I don't really care. Are you serious? And hundreds of billions of dollars later, mostly from the United States, the world has been literally thrust into now. We're year three of the Ukraine-Russian war. It's just a slaughter factory. I'm with Donald Trump. I just want the killing to stop.
oldest.
How hard is that concept? I just want the killing and the dying to stop.
And deepest fears in Europe roared back to life. Because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. But this time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States.
Nobody cowered beforehand, you dumbass.
We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine.
Yes, because he told you, don't make Ukraine a NATO ally and we don't have a problem. And the head of NATO said, I don't care. Yes, so you got the warning after you became president. Trump was out. There was no talk about Ukraine becoming a NATO ally during Trump. Because again, the parameters were clear. And yet you fucking losers keep poking the bear. And guess what? The bear's got nuclear weapons. Yes, Russia has more nuclear weapons than the United States does by about 1,100. 1,100. So keep pissing them off, you old fucking geriatric bitch.
Months before the invasion, I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence to be declassified so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February, some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent. I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, but Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia, the capital.
What? The mother home of Russia? Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine. And again, if Biden would have said on the world stage in front of everybody, just like this, gargling and spitting out nonsense, Ukraine, Putin won't invade if Ukraine not part of NATO. All he had to say was Ukraine will never be a part of NATO, and Vladimir Putin would have retracted his troops. That's what was asked. NATO officially documented this, and then they blew it off like people would, like, well, we're not going to tell people about that.
Would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO is not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance. And it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me.
Just for the record, Finland and Sweden, Putin never gave a shit about. Like, so do you want applause, old man? No, the one stop that Vladimir Putin ever said, no, Ukraine will not be a part of NATO. Period. We'll never have a problem with you. You do your thing, we'll do our thing. Ukraine stays, quote, independent. Also, at the same time, people don't know this. The Donbass, what is it? The Donbass region in Crimea, it fell under Barack Obama because, quite frankly, they're more Russian leaning, and they, even though they're a part of Ukraine, the citizens of the Donbass region in Crimea, they identify as actual Russian citizens, not Ukrainian citizens. So yes, there are occupying troops there, but the people there are not revolting. They don't care. The rest of Ukraine is where it's different. They're like, oh, we don't want to be a part of Russia, doing our thing. It's cool. Russia's like, all right, y'all have fun. We're hanging out in the Donbass. We're hanging out in Crimea. We're like, we got our people. You got your people. It was fine. Again, until the head of NATO said, well, I mean, Ukraine could one day be a part of NATO. So the one parameter that Vladimir Putin asked to not happen, the one parameter, one.
Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, do whatever the hell you want.
No, he hasn't. That's
In
what
fact,
you said.
The day after Putin
No. You're lying. You said that. You said literally, this is what you said. You said, I have no opinion about Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. And then, like, literally within, like, I don't know, half a week later, you're like going, no to the invasion of Ukraine. No, Donald Trump has never said, and also, a lot of people forget too, which is weird, that Donald Trump was our president for 4 years. Did Russia invade Ukraine? No. Did China become hostile on the world stage towards the United States? No. Was quote Rocket Man Kim Jong-un firing rockets over Japan, and then Donald Trump went there, walked over the demilitarized zone onto North Korean territory to meet the president, and the rockets, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, which are used for carrying nukes, the shots over Japan stopped. So what track record do you want? This doddering old dumbass who, quite frankly, pulled out of Afghanistan, basically worse than Saigon, and who keeps perpetuating a proxy war with Russia and Ukraine, and now we're furthering it with China and Taiwan. Like, going, what do you want here? Oh, I'm so tough on. Shut the fuck up.
Invaded Ukraine. Here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said.
You know exactly what he
Well, I
said?
made it clear. A strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do. Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than a political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American...
No, because you're letting illegal criminals come across the border and stab people. Stab people. Take advantage forcefully of women and girls. So no, the United States is not safer under NATO. And quite frankly, now we have Russian warships and a nuclear submarine in Cuba, 30 miles off the coast of Florida. Congratulations. That's your safe. Iwalani. In my honest opinion, no one over 70 should run the highest seat, regardless of professional terms and titles carried. That should be law. I don't disagree, dude. Term limits is something that is... I mean, Ruth Bader Ginsburg died as a Supreme Court justice. Barack Obama begged her to retire so he could pick. Then Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, and Donald Trump got to fill her seat. Dianne Feinstein, she was pushed around in a fucking wheelchair after literally having a stroke and looking like... She rolled around in a wheelchair like this. That's how she rolled around, in a wheelchair, before she died. Her staffers pushing her in a wheelchair. You think she fucking voted? No, her staffers voted, who are a third of her age. Get these motherfuckers out. Get these old ass motherfuckers out. Nancy Pelosi, go away. Mitch McConnell, go away. I lean more, middle of the road conservative. I'm very live and let live, which is also a little bit libertarian. I don't care if you want to be transgender. Just leave the kids alone. That's cool. Don't put it in schools. But the reason that I'm actually a Trump supporter is because he's very live and let live. I'm not a Republican. I'm more conservative leaning. But this nonsense from this fucking ass bag, who's basically just a mouthpiece of for his administration, is of younger leftist weirdos. It sucks. They're destroying our country for socialist ideas.
People know.
I'm a veteran. Guess what? The VA is socialist medicine. Depending on where you go. So like the Tampa VA is the second busiest in the country. St. Petersburg Bay Pines is the busiest in the country. You have a wait time to see your doctor of months. Where I live now, again, still a VA, still socialized medicine, still to take care of veterans. The wait time is only about a week or two because of the size. if you love the socialized medicine and you want to wait in a giant city, you're going to wait for months and months and months. And you're probably, if it's a family member, they're going to die. That's what happens in Canada. That's what happens in the larger VAs. People die waiting for help. You ever went to an emergency room and waited for 10 hours? I did. It was the Tampa VA. Waited for 10 hours to be seen by a doctor. If I had a serious condition, I mean something that was life-threatening, within 10 hours, I'd be dead. I would have died sitting in the waiting room.
The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're our indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote.
I like how he references Reagan, which again is where Trump gets a lot of his policies, is from Ronald Reagan. And Make America Great Again came from Reagan. So the fact that he supports Reagan but he doesn't like Trump is nonsensical at best. It's just fucking retarded. Yeah, the greatest show on earth, a circus show of Congress of monkey suits. Yeah, pretty much. They're all fucking worthless. The vast majority are worthless.
Now let me turn to 3 other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall...
Wrong answer. Inflation is lower than it has been after, I don't know, let's see, roughly your second year, because your second 2 years in was the highest. Again, I'm going to say this as I did earlier in the stream. If you want to buy a new car and you have the best credit ever, 5 years ago, it was 1.99%. So 2% interest on a loan with the best credit. Now, just a month ago, I heard this advertisement. 4.99% if you qualify. We went from 1.99% to 4.99% on a new car loan if you qualify, meaning you have the best credit of anybody. You're like an 830 or above. You're going to town. So you've literally jacked it up, literally about 250%. Congratulations, you big dumbass. Inflation. Get the fuck out of here.
Prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares.
I just addressed cars. No, they're not. This is literally an advertisement I heard from about a month ago. And trust me, I will do a video, and I will find that advertisement. I'll do a video and I'll put it on Legion Wire, which is my political channel. Again, I'm gonna keep pushing it. My political channel. If you're watching on Legion Talk, that's my pop culture channel. Go over to Legion Wire, subscribe, because quite frankly, I can't do the crossover forever, because people who want to hear about pop culture, Disney, Star Wars, stuff like that, they don't want to hear about politics necessarily. I want to keep them separate. So go subscribe over there. But no, I'll do a damn video. I'll find that advertisement, because you are a fucking liar. M says, if you can spank cash down and pay it in full, bank owns that toy. Ding, ding, ding. If you can't, yeah. If you can't, yeah. Bidenomics is what he said, but I'd say bozonomics at this point.
Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep...
Milk is still like $3.50 a gallon at best. $4 to $5 still in places. Milk. A gallon of milk. Like what? There was literally an article that I saw 3 weeks ago. Americans are not going to fast food restaurants anymore because they're considered to be a luxury. Going to McDonald's for a family of 4 is going to cost you around $35 fucking dollars. That used to be going to restaurants, an actual restaurant where you sat down, you got chips and salsa, you ate Mexican food, and it was delicious. Yes, Clue. Fast food starts at about $13 per meal, depending on where you live. McDonald's here in Colorado, a single meal, one meal, fries, drink, burger for a Big Mac, $13. For a quarter pounder, I think it's like $12. A McDouble at McDonald's used to be $1. $1. Now it's $2.50. That is literally a 250% increase. Yeah, bro. Yeah, no, I mean, shit. Go. I don't really. Holy shit! The dollar menu starts at $5 in Hawaii. Jesus Christ! Holy shit! No, we are not better. This is not better. Fucking bozonomics. And look, I don't necessarily blame the old man because he's a geriatric patient who his brain is melted. I blame his wife, who apparently seems to be his mouthpiece now. You think Jill Biden is not loving the fact that she gets a massive input on how this country's run? Jill Biden is technically the president of the United States. Kamala Harris is just a bozo she's like, huh? But I'd say it's Jill Biden and Joe Biden's chief of staff who primarily make the decisions.
Working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year.
No, the average actually working American family had about $2,600 a month more under Donald Trump than they do you. That was actually a statistic. That was actually a quote. That was real math. That American families, a family of 4, had $2,600 more a month under Trump than you. If anybody sits here and thinks that your life is better under Joe Biden because he doesn't mean tweet and he's like, we're bringing decency back. Just remember that, quite frankly, there was a senator that basically decided to get butt fucked in the Senate chamber after hours. So bringing that decency back, guys. Oh, wait, there was also a transgender, quote, transgender woman at the Easter celebration under President Joseph R. Biden, who pulled her boobs out. Her fake man boobs, implants, just took her top off. So this whole the adults are in charge again, or Build Back Better, or like decency is on the ballot. Fuck the hell out of here. M says if you Google the global country's minimum wage, you would migrate to that country. $15 an hour is low on the poll. Yeah. Yes. Actual moobs. I remember when moobs used to be called a guy who was like he was a little chubby, man boobs. Now moobs are literally transgender women who think that they're they got implants. Look, and that's not a shot at transgender people who literally just leave. They want to live their own lives. They leave people alone. No, it's the weirdos that want to go on social media and they want to be like going, I just want to make sure that transgender children are getting the the gender gender identity medical care that they deserve. It's like, that's a child. Go away, you creep.
Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans.
Again, that's a lie. The president of the United States has the authority to close any border at any time, any place, anywhere, for any reason of any time ever. Trump did it because of the coup. Remember when he shut down the borders and all air travel from China? Remember when he did the severely racist Muslim ban that basically prohibited travel from like Iran, because Iran is like the biggest portrayer of terrorism worldwide. Yes, the president of the United States can shut down the border for any reason at any time whenever he fucking wants, ever, without question, without legislation, without help, without just do it.
Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser.
No, you're a loser. And your son, Hunter Biden's a fucking loser.
Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current...
Great, we've only gained 18 million illegal immigrants over the last 3 years. Super. Like, this is literally trying to pass this in the legislative, the Senate, and the House and the Senate, and then it getting shot down because it had garbage in it for, again, Ukraine, because the Ukrainian bill will never be done at this point. We're just going to send billions of dollars to them and vomit on Zelensky, who seems to have a little bit of a booger sugar problem. He's a little bit, he does this a lot, and it's like, and he's like, oh, I did an executive order. No, you didn't do an executive order. You just did something that you could have done 3 years ago.
Level.
Remember the videos of the migrants coming over the border, and like they were being interviewed by people like going, oh, why are you here? Well, what made you come here? They're like going, oh, because President Biden, we knew we could.
Is lower today than when Trump left office.
Wrong answer.
For months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East.
Y'all know that the hostages were taken on October 7th, 2023. October 7th, 2023. It's almost been a year. You think all those hostages are still alive? There's probably about 10% of those hostages that are still alive. Remember Shawnee Loke? The little really pretty half Jewish girl who she had a kid back home in Germany. She's half German, half Jewish. And then we saw the video of literally these these wonderful Muslim men who are not violent extremists. No, Muslims are different than violent extremists. It's kind of the same way. It's like Christians are different than, let's say, the KKK, which the KKK is practically dead. I think there's like 3,000 members, recognized members in the United States. So anyway, long story short, she was the girl in the back of the truck, half naked, looked like her arm had been stomped on, her right arm. Looked like she tried to get up and they stomped through her freaking right arm, and her knee was broken, basically dislocated at the right knee. Yeah. Remember that girl? Think all those hostages are still alive there, Joey boy? I'm not going to let that go. I'm not going to let October 7th go, by the way. Because these asswipes, these fucking losers of Hamas, drug the girl's body through the streets. Half naked through the streets. Because she was half Jewish. If I was Germany, knowing she was half German, I'd have been over there be like going, we're coming in and we are fucking blasting the area. Fuck these people. The United States should have been like going, wait, you took U.S. citizens, you either give them back or we march in there and we take them back. But Hamas hides behind citizens. They hide behind Palestinian citizens. Not saying the way that Israel handles everything is great. It's been less than stellar recently. But you are talking about a terrorist group that will stand behind a child and say, go ahead, shoot me, because they know that the media will pick it up and not blame Hamas, but blame the people who shot.
6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close, but we're making progress. The trend is positive, and I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now.
What about Ukraine, dumbass?
We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here.
Wait. So you've been given a list of people to call on. So prepared questions submitted to your administration for approval. Then I'll call on you in said order, and the president's got a prepared set of answers. I don't remember Trump ever calling on specific people, saying, I have a list of specific people to call on. No, he just said, okay, here. Even what's his name from CNN, that dumbass. I can't remember his name because he's not relevant anymore now that Trump's not president. But what's his name that literally went to every press conference briefing. He was belligerent. He yanked the microphone out of an actual White House aide's hand. It's like you should have been escorted off the property by the Secret Service because you got violent with a White House employee. You rip a microphone out of somebody's hand, you're being combative and you're being violent. I mean, I'd never walk up to you and rip your phone out of your hand unless you're shoving it in my face. But that was the opposite. She was trying to take it away from him. She's like, okay. You know, you're done. You asked your questions. You've been grandstanding for 5 minutes. And he ripped it out of her hands. M says, when patriots wrap their patriotism to a singular party, but a singular country, it would be as strong as those countries who have not had to participate in war, like Switzerland or Sweden, for example. Oh, yeah, no. Switzerland. Very, very neutral during World War II. The officials, the Swiss National Bank still has, and no, I'm not joking, still has billions upon billions of dollars worth of stolen Nazi gold in a vault. And the Swiss National Bank will not let anybody see it. Not Nazi investigators, not investigators from other countries, not from the UK, not from Germany, not from the United States. It is under lock and key, and nobody is allowed to enter the Swiss National Bank to see the stolen Nazi gold that resides there still to this day. Billions upon billions upon billions.
Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO.
So real quick, let me paint this in light. So again, that reporter from CNN, I can't remember his name. Please help me if you guys remember. The guy who literally he was quoted as getting Donald Trump all the time. See how the female aide, she runs up with a microphone so he can ask his questions. Not this guy, but in that scenario, roughly 6 years ago, dude was grandstanding. The president said, Donald Trump said, okay, you're done. You're being disingenuous. I want to take another question. She went to pull the microphone away. and he pulled it back out of her hand because he's an asshole.
NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside. Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately,
my apologies to
what concerns
allergies.
do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea...
Oh, yeah. I like how Brandon endorsed Vice President Trump. That's true. I had previously seen this clip. It's just funny.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be
Oh, shit.
You know, times are changing. Ladies can do stuff now. And you're going to have to learn how to deal with that.
I support Vice President Trump and her ability to lead. I love it. It's so terrible.
president. So let's start there. Number one.
Oh my God, there's 50 minutes left of this shit show.
The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now.
No, they don't. And it's weird when you do this. Andy says the president of these United States of America also called the President Vladimir Zelensky, who, quite frankly, should have been up for re-election a couple months ago, but he decided to postpone that because war. President Putin. Yes, that's a real clip.
Later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million jobs. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down. And so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about your, you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference?
Conference. So Zelensky shut down free press, churches, canceled the election. Might as well call him. Yeah, I mean it's weird. We could almost actually call him President Vladimir Putin, because that's what Putin did in Russia, because he was democratically elected, and then all of a sudden the democratic elections just kind of went away. It was weird. Dementia denier. That's funny. He's like,
Have you seen a more successful conference?
and this is funny too. They want to say that Trump got hard on the media. This is a face of I'm pissed off. And people who have dementia, they lash out really easily.
What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin, I said, no, I'm sorry.
The gaslighting is so terrible.
All right, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is well, anyway, I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next one, Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge, but what makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your...
Also, just saying right quick, this girl too good to be holding the microphone for Joe Biden. She could definitely get a better job. I'm just saying. And no, that wasn't actually a joke about her looks. Which she could probably get a better job in that department too. But she's stop holding the microphone for that old creepy man. He's probably sniffed you once or twice. Just saying.
Friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent...
Her face! Her face! Do you see her face? Who think that you've done a good job. Look at her face when that's
your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4
She's like, the fuck are you talking about, CBS?
4 years. Have you spent time
oh my God,
thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in...
His legacy is shit. 49 years. 49 years in the Senate, now 4 years of being president. His legacy is shit. It sucks. It's awful. He's ruined this country in any way, shape, or form he can, including Black Americans, calling them, quote, super predators with the crime bill. The legacy, he's worse than Lyndon Baines Johnson. LBJ, he's worse. Yes, ruined by his son, too. If you didn't have an 8 p.m. curfew, you'd be able to keep up with different leaders' time zones. I loved how Harry Sisson on Twitter, he was like, President Biden went to the EU and he spoke and he flew there and got off the airplane at 4:30 in the morning. Okay, great. He can't sleep on the airplane. You know, Air Force One has beds, right? It's not like flying on a standard 747 where you're flying with a bunch of other fucking mooks who's sitting there like all cramped up and stuff like that. Like, yeah, Joe has done nothing. Speeches are written for him. His executive orders are written for him. Yeah, pretty much. In his own words, my butt's been wiped. Yeah.
In the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Well, look, I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started. As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job. That under my plans so far and what's going to happen in the future if I'm reelected, that things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory, that if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic, doubled. It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase of corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better. And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States? Used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry.
Has anybody told this man that doing this real close to the microphone that makes you a fucking perv that everybody sees whispering in little girls' ears and sniffing them? Ugh.
In the United States, and former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told not to go over to Europe, to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories. And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world and you have the best workers in the world. So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming in the bean. None of you thought that would happen. None of you thought that would happen.
None of you thought that would happen. None of you thought that. I'm starting to sound like sleepy bedtime story pervert. He's a predator on a certain EP list. I believe that wholeheartedly. I also believe that there are other prominent names from a certain Democratic side of the aisle, which is why they pushed the whole thing. Trump was on the flight logs bullshit, but they won't release the actual list that Ghislaine Maxwell has. They won't release that. They're like, oh well, Trump was on the airplane. Trump was on the airplane. Then some chick came out and she's like, Trump was, Trump was basically he was there. I saw him, and then she came out to be an unreliable source. Uh, drugged out, strung out, just like, and it's like, mm, her story didn't make sense. It was literally a blip for a couple of days, and then it got shut down because it was so nonsensical. Yeah, yeah. It's this whole garbage.
But it's
Yeah, yeah. I would say paid people to say certain things. Kind of like what John Carroll. Have you seen her? She looks like Frumpy got butt fucked by a pig. Sorry, I'm just saying she's not an attractive woman. And then you look at Melania Trump, and it's like, wait, you're gonna say that Donald Trump groped you in a department store fitting room? A department store. What? Like, get a department store. Like, what the freak? Sorry, the man's been worth billions since the 90s. And you think he's going to go to a department store fitting room? Look, I'm not saying, that rich people don't go to department stores sometimes, but really, like, Jesus. Oh yeah, no, look, and you see all the posts too on Twitter. Where's Melania? She's not standing with her husband. No, Melania doesn't need to be a part of any of this. And quite frankly, uh, like, she was an incredible first lady. She was very composed, and quite frankly, her and Donald Trump, the Trump family probably is like, well, I'll be the spotlight. I'm gonna get blasted. I mean, they're posing it as his family is being blasted and for abandoning him. No, they don't need to be on camera. They don't need to be in the limelight. They don't need to be a part of this bullshit of the media and the Democratic establishment. Just dragging their family through the mud. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Pretty much. She declared herself a private person on this merry-go-round. I mean, Barron Trump, he was in the audience. They didn't show him in the audience because, quite frankly, it's nobody's fucking business. It's nobody's business. So, the problem with Hunter Biden is that Hunter Biden is a black stain on Joe Biden. And he continues to be. That's why he was brought into it. But also at the same time, it's because y'all decided to indict and convict on, quote, 34 counts, felonies, of the most prominent person to defeat Joe Biden. And then, of course, in that press conference, and I covered that, where a reporter shouted out that Donald Trump said that you're involved and you're the ringleader of his indictment and conviction, and Joe Biden went, that's one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. All right, I'm going to shut the hell up.
It's happening.
I mean, maybe he should shut the hell up.
It's happening. And it's going to grow economies. All three. And by the way, red states and blue states. Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is,
wait, hold the fuck up. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Roe v. Wade was sent back to the states, but you've blasted states that have basically their population voted on the abortion requirements. You've blasted those red states, but you haven't blasted the states that actually will allow abortion up to the almost conception. So no, you have identified red states versus blue states. Roe v. Wade was never, ever, 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 ever a law. It was done by a rogue Supreme Court who said, well, this falls under the Constitution of the United States under these parameters, which it didn't really fall under. If you wanted abortion to be a national, quote, right, it needed to pass the House, the Senate, then signed into law by the President of the United States. Never happened. Ever happened.
that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. And like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy.
Andy says, do you remember when Letterman joked about if VP nominee Sarah Palin bringing her daughter to NYC might get knocked up by Jeter? She was 13. I don't remember that, dude, but that was gross. That's very gross. Also, Sarah Palin was sexualized because she was more attractive. There were videos and, say, edits and stuff like that. And even from what I understand, a prominent porn star who dressed up and did the glasses and the hair, and it was a thing. But you're not allowed to take it the other direction because AI generated photos of Taylor Swift and AOC and all that kind of stuff. Also, there are ones of Lauren Boebert out there because I saw them on Twitter. There was one of Lauren Boebert and AOC in the same photo. They were in lingerie. Nobody cared. You didn't hear Lauren Boebert be going, oh my God, we need to censor all these people. We need more accountability. But AOC did. She called for more accountability. Guess what? Stupid Photoshops have been a thing since the fucking 90s. Britney Spears, when she was still probably technically barely legal, she just turned 18. She was Photoshopped. You know why? Because I'm literally a couple years younger than Britney Spears. Those were a thing. Those were Photoshops. You hear Britney Spears be like going, oh my God, we need censorship. But AOC does, because she's a commie cunt. I don't like that word. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. She's a she sucks. The other C word, commie's fine. She's a commie, but the other one I shouldn't did. It's my bad.
Economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well, but the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
No, the wealthy pay the majority of the taxes. Joe, the wealthy need to pay their fair share. No, the wealthy pay the majority of the taxes. That's true. Corporations and the wealthy pay the majority of the taxes. The corporations hire normal, hardworking Americans, middle class, low class. When you lower the taxes on corporations, they hire more people because they don't have to pay those current employees as much in overtime, which overtime basically breaks down morale because you're forced to work all these hours or you quit. It's not a hard concept. So no, that's why under Donald Trump, corporations could hire more people. So people who didn't want the forced overtime, and yes, forced overtime is a thing. It's either you work the forced overtime or you quit. Or you're fired. And that falls under a company's right to do. So no, Americans had more money working less hours under Donald Trump. Now, corporations are scraping the barrel. And also COVID decided to give people lots of money to stay home, so nobody wants to work anymore. And there are certain states who are still adhering to some of those standards.
Sir, you mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one.
No, he said Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump, not Kamala Harris. Vice President Trump, she is ready to serve day one.
Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was.
Yeah, Andy. Severed Trump head dripping with blood. Kathy Griffin. But there are FBI agents showing up at people's houses. You see the videos on Twitter. You're not going to see them anywhere else because, quite frankly, Instagram, Facebook, they're going to censor them. FBI agents showing up, like, going, "Oh, we'd like to talk about your social media post on X." And there is a lady. She seemed to be a woman of color too, talking about fuck Joe Biden. And she's recording these FBI agents plainclothes, not in suits. Not like you would think you would see from like, the X-Files or something like that, 90s shows that portrayed, FBI agents wearing suits, showing up in just like Joe Schmo outfits, be like, "Oh, we're from the FBI. We'd like to talk to you about your social media tweets." It's fuck you. Fuck Joe Biden and fuck you. It's my freedom of speech. Kick rocks, you commie motherfuckers. And that's basically what she said. Not in those words, but she's like, they're my social media. She's like, it's my freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want. She's like, am I under arrest? Am I being detained? And they're like, "Oh, no, ma'am, but we just want to discuss with you about this." And she's like, "No, get the fuck out of my face." Also, at the same time, I think in the video, she didn't seem like she was a huge supporter of Trump, but she definitely was a supporter of free speech. And the FBI showed up at her house over social media tweets on Twitter. I'll say it live on YouTube. Fuck Joe Biden. Great talk.
She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her. Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true. Look, what I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting the fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and if you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my.
I feel like this is like literally the AOL like dial-up thing, like like it's just like his brain's this is his brain's not computing it like guess what? All right, so yeah, so I started a new job. I'm on day shift. I'm on training shift, but it is a shift. It is a 24/7 operation. My day starts. My alarm goes off at 3:40 in the morning. I get up by 3:55 in the morning. I leave the house by roughly 3:10 to 3:15 in the morning. I get to work roughly about 4:30 in the morning, and I clock in roughly about 4:45 in the morning. How hard is that? That's not a hard concept. Donald Trump could literally ramble that off. Probably not as quickly as I did, because yes, he's a little bit older. Because Donald Trump's he's a storyteller. He's a bullshitter. He adds he adds flair to when he talks about stuff. That's not hard. I'm not necessarily a bullshitter. I'm more straightforward. I go in, I go for the thing. I make jokes, but the thing is, so look, nothing wrong with that. And so, but like the fact that he's like, well, I mean, I made the mistake. Not that I meant that. It's like you are so beating around the bush because you're trying to figure out what the fuck to say.
Schedule has been full bore. I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean.
Well, he did a whole bunch of rallies bleeding into the debate. Then he did the debate. Then he did, I think he did one more rally after that. Then he took 11 days off. You took like 14 days, 12 days before the debate to prepare. And then all of a sudden you came out the basement again, kind of like in 2020, you hid in the basement. And literally Trump did a thing a couple days ago, which I covered, which was the day before you did this. That's why I'm combining them, by the way. Had I not been working that insane schedule, and have to go bed early, I would have covered the Trump rally in Florida the day before, and then I would have covered this the day after. So no, Trump is literally on the campaign trail again. He took a break after he spanked your ass in the debate.
Look, he's done virtually nothing. And I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Some of them with thousands of people showing up.
Okay, well, Trump has tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people. So great. You have thousands of people.
And so I just think it's better. I always have.
Do you all hear that too? After he answered, well, I've done 20 events with thousands of people.
An inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just gotta just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before. Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time. At the very end, I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway. I'm sorry, Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that, in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons.
What the fragger up? Hold on, StreamYard's being weird. Sorry. What the freak, StreamYards? Real quick though, I'll say this. Andy Pickle says, yet another I shouldn't say that moment. That's right. My favorite part is like watching this girl. Like she's holding the microphone and she's like going, Jesus Christ, look at her face. Look at her face. She's holding this microphone and she's like, I don't want to be here. She has the look of, I don't want to be here. She has the look of like, why did I take this job? She has the look of, I probably make $20 an hour and I would live in Washington, D.C., and my apartment is infested with cockroaches, and I'm supposed to hold the microphone for this
Alicia's question there.
stumbling
Leaders of your
asshole.
own
Look at
party
her
have
face.
said that
Look at her face.
they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that.
You
How can you
think that she's voting for Joe Biden? Even though she's a part of his administration, look at her face. She's thoroughly disgusted. She's like, what the fuck was I
the
thinking?
American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about
I'm just saying her face says it all. She's literally holding a microphone and she has made so many faces over the dumbass questions like, why am I here? Why am I doing this? What the fuck was I thinking? Real quick, M says, where's Ben Shapiro? He's got tougher questions. That's true. Oh, he was standing up against Congress for trying to censor social media platforms because, again, Democrats don't believe in the Constitution of the United States. They also call our nation a democracy. We're not. We're a constitutional republic. And they want to abolish that. They want to abolish the Constitution. They want to tear down the fact of states' rights. They want to make it a direct democracy, which is literally what the states are. But they want the federal government to rule all. Because again, when they say a threat to our democracy, they mean a threat to my power. Because I'm just saying, watch all the clips, watch all the interviews, watch the mainstream media. When they say a threat to our democracy, that means a threat to our rule, the elite rule, the deep state rule, the people who run this country. And that's why they fucking hate Donald Trump so much, because he hates them all. He thinks that America should be run by the people, which is, again, how it's phrased. It literally starts the Constitution of the United States. We, the people. That's how the document starts. We, the people. Us. Everybody watching. Not this ass burglar up here. Not the media personality asking the question. No. The girl holding the microphone going, I don't want to do this. Why am I here? She has this horrid look on her face of, I can't pay my bills and I'm holding the microphone for this fucking ass bag. All right, so I'm done with that. Andy said, hey, Ryan, did you see the interview talking about Trump negotiating with the Taliban? Shows their leader, it's that pic of the house and says, if one America is harmed, he's done. I did not know. But the thing is that Donald Trump said, some of the same thing, against Vladimir Putin. He's like, that basically that, and they frame these things because the only thing that Vladimir Putin has asked for is that Ukraine does not become a part of NATO. Vladimir Putin says that he is willing to negotiate with Donald Trump because Donald Trump will be reasonable and stop sending billions of dollars. Yes, we're at over $200 billion. We're over a quarter of $1 trillion of aid sent to Ukraine. Oh, also at the same time, they passed a bill pledging $886 billion to Ukraine over the next 10 years. So that's great. That's your taxpayer money. That means that milk's going to be more money. Your gas prices are going to be larger. You're less likely, you're not going to be able to buy a house. And it's weird because the World Economic Forum says you will own nothing and you will be happy. No, the American dream is that you'll own a car, you own your own house, you have a family, you settle down. That's the world. That is the American dream. These people hate the American dream because Joe Biden, he's always been somebody who just shifts with the party. He was here one time, Barack Obama didn't support gay marriage. Then, of course, Barack Obama supported gay marriage. Then Joe Biden did. And then, of course, it shifts. He is a politician who shifts with the times. Andy says, it's in the name. They're supposed to be our representatives. It is a constitutional republic, representative republic, democratic republic. I'll even accept. But it is a republic. It is a republic. The people lead. You represent the people. That's it. You think this sack of shit represents anybody but lining his own pockets? No, and he never has.
Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia.
Wait, Zelensky is asking for aid to be able to dive deep into Russia? Is that what you said? So now we're talking about Ukraine invading Russia?
Or somewhere else.
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia.
To strengthen deep into Russia. So now you're talking about Zelensky's asking for aid. And unless this is a massive gaffe or he's literally saying the quiet part out loud, which is probably both, Zelensky is asking for aid to strengthen into Russia. So now we're talking about Ukraine invading Russia is what Zelensky's asking for. That's what it sounded like he said.
We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term and the near abroad into Russia.
Into Russia. Into Russia. So now Ukraine and the United States becomes the aggressor. NATO becomes the aggressor through Ukraine. Into Russia. I thought it was just about defending Ukraine. But no. It's not. It's about warmongering and taking billions of dollars and sending some of it to Ukraine and lining other people's pockets. Into Russia. He said it twice. Into Russia. And Trump says, I just want people to stop dying. And then Caitlin Collins is like going, so do you support Ukraine winning or not? And he's like, I support people not dying. Not dying.
He should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. If he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has? The weaponry we were getting to him. I've gotten a more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity.
But it's weird. So we're allowing Ukraine to start striking into Russia and going into Russia, but you denied 2,000-pound bombs for Israel because they kill a lot of people. So which is it, dude? Are we pro bombing people in another country, or are we not pro bombing people in another country? You're flip flopping here on two issues that are relatively pretty close. A lot of people dying. I would like the dying to stop. I'm very much with what Trump said. I want people to stop dying. I want the war to stop. I want the billions of dollars to stop flowing. I want this to stop funding this bullshit, because if we stop funding it, it would stop.
And so our military is where I'm following the advice of my commander-in-chief,
Well, commander-in-chief, you are the commander-in-chief, and that's embarrassing to say. You mean the Joint Chiefs of Staff? You mean General Milley, who says that white supremacy in the army is a big issue? That guy? Like, really? Fuck out of here. That guy's a fucking politician. He sucks. He just wears an army uniform. He's a bitch. Fucking asshole.
The chief of staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people. and we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't go, how far they should go in. That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or on some matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done?
No.
Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. Who we got here?
It's the next name, Joe. It's literally the next name down.
Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
Not really.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world.
Yep.
You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And you're...
Again, to this fucking retard asking the question, Ukraine has already given up territory to Russia. It's called the Donbass region in Crimea. It happened in 2014 under Barack Hussein Obama. It happened, I'm going to say it again. The Donbass region in Crimea was given up to Russia from Ukraine by Barack Hussein Obama in 2014. You can look that up. You can Google it. So no, Russia is not going to give up two territories that, quite frankly, would rather be Russian than Ukrainian. Now, to say that Ukraine needs to give up more territory, that would be unreasonable. No. If our retarded ass president of the United States would force NATO, which we pay the majority of the bills for, roughly somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 70-80%, said, no, Ukraine will never join NATO, because that is a reasonable demand from both NATO and Russia. The Russian troops would go home and the war would stop. Now, no, there would still be Russian troops, again, in the Donbass region in Crimea, because it has been occupied since 2014 under Barack Hussein Obama. But no, Poland is not going to be marched on by Russia. Russia doesn't give a shit about Poland. Also, the stray rocket from, quote, Russia, it was a fucking stray artillery shell from, I'm pretty sure it was Poland. It was a stray fucking rocket from Ukraine fucking up that landed in Poland, and that didn't kill anybody. It landed in a fucking field. But they're like, Russia's bombing Poland. No, they didn't. That was a lie. That was a lie. That was a lie. That was roughly about a year after the invasion started. Ugh. Andy Pickle says, you're about to hear how proud the president of the United States is that they've added Finland and Sweden. Yeah, no, I saw that clip too. Yeah, let's keep adding countries to NATO when we don't need to, because quite frankly, it's just us sending money to these NATO countries to arm themselves against Russian invasion. Yeah, 2 more countries that border Russia. Yep. And again, there's a shitload of countries that border Russia that are part of NATO. The only thing that Vladimir Putin asked for was Ukraine to not be a part of that. And the head of NATO just had to say, all right, dude, that's cool. I'm down with that. Let's sign that. I mean, you could have even invited Putin and the head of NATO and the president of the United States to to a council to say Ukraine will never join NATO. Russia will never attack NATO. Russia will not attack Ukraine. They'll let Ukraine be independent, minus the Donbass region and Crimea, because again, under Barack Hussein Obama in 2014, it was already invaded. Everybody signs it. Everybody's happy. Nobody's dying anymore. And you know what? The world is a calmer place. No, we didn't learn shit from the Cuban Missile Crisis because these losers make money off of the dramatics. They make money off of other human beings dying. This ass bag is going to make a lot of money off the article of asking this dumbass question to our dumbass president. And again, well, I mean, I think this is a different girl. It's a different girl. But you had the one girl previously sitting there like going, I make $20 an hour and I can't pay my fucking rent. Why am I here? Why am I here listening to this old knob goblin fucking ruin our country?
Yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your...
Yes, because you have a giant ocean between the two of us. Giant. We need to stop sending you fuckheads money. Also, at the same time, guess what? It's not 100% going to happen. Even if the United States pulled out of NATO or, say, pulled funding from NATO, we still have a drastic amount of United States military bases where in NATO, in Europe. I know. I lived 3 years in Germany. I loved it. It was before Germany fell to letting the Islamic radical, quote, immigrants, refugees, so yeah, like it's like if Russia declared war on Europe, there are American military bases there that are literally that the United States be like going, hold up, wait a minute, and we work in conjunction with said European partners in said countries. We don't have to be a part of NATO. I mean, if the United States wanted to abandon Europe to its own devices, we'd literally have to pull tens of thousands of troops out of Europe. Tens of thousands. Maybe even a couple 100,000. Like this is stupid. This is the stupidest question thus far.
Advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
Well, look, I think, how can I say this without...
Hold up. Waiting for that dial-up to kick in. I need to get a dial-up freaking tone for this crap, because when he does this, it's like, here comes the dial-up.
Sounding too self-serving. I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. He'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And
he literally went to the European Union to address the leaders of NATO, and he said, you guys need to start paying your bills because, quite frankly, the United States is paying the majority of the bill, and you paid nothing. Also, he said that maybe the European countries should start paying more money to Ukraine than the United States because, quite frankly, the United States has a giant ocean between us. Well, that just changed because, quite frankly, this dumbass, and now Russia has sent warships to Cuba, 30 miles off of Florida. How do you like your nuclear weapons? Because quite frankly, I would prefer Russian nuclear weapons stay way the fucking Russia away from Cuba and the United States. But now, because quite frankly, this administration can't look, quote, weak, which it's probably the weakest I've ever seen in the history of the world, there are Russian warships and a nuclear submarine in Cuba. A nuclear submarine in Cuba. I'm going to say it again, a nuclear submarine in Cuba. There wasn't one under the previous president. And milk was about roughly $2.89 under the previous president. Is no more than $3. Now milk is almost $4 to $5.
He seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian. That worries, as I tell you from Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine, that that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin right after we got elected in Geneva, and he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, etc. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine. I said, you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later.
Wait, that's not true? Which is it, dude? Also at the same time, that's pretty funny. I like that. There's an underground alien base under the floor triangle. So if their sub goes missing, wait. So I thought that talking to Vladimir Putin made you a Russian asset. Now Joe Biden admits that he's talked to Vladimir Putin, and he said, "Wait, that's not true." Well, you just said it, Joe. So which is it? Is it true or not true? Yeah, Andy says there's also a Nazi base on the dark side of the moon. What's wild is that the Nazis actually made it to Antarctica. They were one of the first to do so. And again, gonna keep harping this. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me a little longer. If you're watching on Legion Talk, my channel, that is for pop culture only. Please subscribe to Legion Wire. It's literally this link. You can click on it. Subscribe. You can watch the replay of this live stream there if you want to. If you can't finish it today, it will be unlisted on Legion Talk because Legion Talk is for pop culture only and clowning on Disney. Well, clowning on a lot of other people too, but Disney seems to be the primary focus right now, with the Acolyte being such the bestest ever. So back to this, whatever the fuck this is.
Later, when the president of Finland could come and see me. Because in my office, I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he wanted to join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon? And so
he got fucking fact checked in real time. Somebody said, no, that was Poland. It sounded like that's what they said. No, that was Poland. Joe Biden got fact checked in real time, and the staff shut him the hell up.
Finland, Swedes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He said Poland, and then he's like, beg your pardon.
I beg your pardon.
Beg your pardon.
Pardon. And so Finland joined NATO, 800-mile border. It's a significant, and they're already allies, but they weren't part of NATO. And you heard, I think you heard, maybe, I can't recall whether he said it publicly in our closed meeting, but he wouldn't mind it being repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together, to dissuade any attack on Finland. And the same thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly in Turkey and other places, to agree to the expansion. But it expanded, and we're a hell of a lot stronger because of it. We're more secure because of it.
We're more secure with, I don't know, some countries in the neighborhood of, I don't know, at this point, 34, 35, 36 countries against one Russia. One Russia. When it was the Soviet Union, it was huge. Andy says, sent that video to on Discord. Okay, awesome, man. I'll take a look for that. So NATO needs to continue to expand. And you have other countries that are allies like Turkey to the United States saying, why do you guys keep adding to NATO? That's a valid question. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Russia is a second world country. Sorry. It is. Yes, they have lots of boom boom bombs. Which quite frankly, why do we keep trying to piss them off? Isn't that a better question? Because Russia is more likely to, to let nukes fly, it's going to hit Ukraine and then parts of Europe and part of NATO. And if ultimately they decide to launch, nukes on the United States, it's going to be a couple, and it's going to hit maybe not even 10%, maybe 6%. But you're bringing in all these countries. Why? So we can pay their bills to fortify them against what? And you wonder why Russia is backed by China now and Iran, who literally hates the Western world's guts.
And by the way, I was able to get 50 other nations, 50, to support Ukraine.
550? 550? That's a lot of nations. That's a lot of nations. 550. Oof, that's a lot of nations. Yeah, we keep trying to piss them off because we need an enemy to keep them. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not saying that Vladimir Putin's a upstanding dude. I wouldn't literally, I wouldn't hang out with him. It's not like I would be like going, unless I was the president of the United States, be like, oh no, Mr. President. But I would be, I'm not going to go to Russia and be like going, oh, Vladimir Putin's the greatest of all time. I'll live here forever. That's not a thing, by the way. But no, we seem to keep just poking the bear that has roughly about 1,100 more nuclear missiles than we do.
Ugh. 50. And we're able to bring about a coalition of Europe and Asia, Japan and South Korea. I just we talked about AUKUS, and we talked about the relationship between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger.
Are we?
We have to deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to
Then why do you keep insisting on acting like it's not? That's what NATO was made for. NATO was made to combat the Soviet Union in the Cold War. And yet Russia, the Soviet Union fell, Russia rose in its place, but we're still acting like the Cold War is still going? You just said that NATO needs to be stronger together, but it was formed because of the Cold War and the Soviet Union. There is no Soviet Union anymore. So what are we doing? We're perpetuating the fucking lie.
replace it?
We're the primary aggressors. Sorry, Chief. If you're like going, well, we formed this to, combat this, and then all of a sudden we're like, well, we're just fortifying and strengthening. The Cold War is still not a thing, and it's like, and then like this over bloated bullshit of nonsense. And it's like, well, if the Cold War doesn't exist, then why are you guys 3 times larger than you were? Yes, I'm very much for defunding NATO. So that being said, hello, Ariel. It's been a while. Well, the Cold War is still around. Um, yeah, because we're perpetuating it. The United States and NATO is keeping the Cold War alive. So I hope Ariel, you're feeling well. Yeah, just like Andy said, hope you're doing okay. Also, why does the woman do the sign when it look like she doesn't want to be there? Well, it's kind of true. She signs very hard. She's very but you missed the part where the like the UN aid or whatever, or the aid of the Biden administration, this girl who looks like she's like, I don't know, 23, 24. She's like holding the microphone for these assholes asking questions. You can see her face. She's like she's making facial expressions of like, these are the stupidest questions.
And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people to follow it, and we're just going to get stronger. David Sanger.
That is awesome. I am glad to hear you're doing better and you will be going home soon. God, I love to hear that. Would love to hear when people are doing well. Seriously, no joke on that one. We're like halfway through this nonsense.
Where's it?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice, David.
Mr. President, the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia, and whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do, what they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating. They're getting access to additional. They're not supplying weapons themselves. They're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has.
No, you
Over
haven't.
90 hours since being vice president all the way.
No, you haven't. Donald Trump was invited to the Imperial Palace to talk to Xi Jinping, and it went very well. But then again, the mainstream media said, "Oh, he's collaborating with dictators." Blah blah blah. Blah. We're being friendly to China. We're being friendly to Russia. Barack Obama was not invited to the Imperial Palace. Barack Obama, you were not invited to talk with Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, and again, stopped the rockets from flying over Japan, intercontinental ballistic missile test, showing that North Korea could hit Japan if it wanted to. So no, you have not spent shit with anybody. You're too busy shitting your pants, eating ice cream, and sleeping until probably 11 o'clock in the fucking afternoon. Okay, so real quick. Arrow says, well, isn't the Cold War a bit different than it was, mostly with China, more of an economic Cold War? To an extent, yes. But no. because literally we are in a stalemate with Russia again, formerly the Soviet Union, and quite frankly, there are Russian warships and a nuclear submarine in Cuba, much similar to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we have really stepped in it and tracked it right into the fucking house because these losers cannot get beside themselves to stop funding the war in Ukraine. So no, there's a nuclear Russian submarine 30 miles off of Florida in Cuba. So, can we have an answer and not just repeat what the question is? Uh, I maybe I don't know. Ariel says no. He's Winnie the Pooh. He is Winnie the Pooh. He poos a lot.
Way through for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that she believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries.
It is a nuclear sub. Now, from what I understand, it does not have ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, on it, but that is what we are being told. And again, that we are being told by the Defense Department and of course, the Defense Department is run by this guy, and they seem to lie a lot. So I can't imagine that the Russians would not put a nuclear powered sub, not capable of launching intercontinental ballistic missiles, off the coast. And yes, no, I believe it is a Typhoon class, though. I believe it is. Well, hold me to that. But then again, these are reports coming basically from our Department of Defense, run by the mumbler in chief. that's all I'm going to say. And Ariel, we added the mumbler in chief to the intro for you. Shock updated it, so I think you'll like it more. It's also part of the outro, so I think you'll be happy with that. It's pretty funny.
To invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we have to make clear. China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where we've reestablished direct contact with China after that. Remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, and all of a sudden things came to an end? Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure that she understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well. If you want to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules, and you don't have the authority, and that you have to provide all access to all the data and information.
All right, I got the dish. I got the dirt on the Russian submarine. It is the Russian submarine Kazan, or Kazan. I'm probably saying it wrong. It is a K561. Kazan is a Yasin class nuclear powered cruise missile submarine of the Russian Navy. Can I click on this article? This is Hold on. I'm going to share. I mean, it is pertinent. It is pertinent to what we're talking about. It's a cruise missile submarine. So, yes, I know it's Wikipedia, but quite frankly, I mean, who's going to lie about a Russian submarine? It's not like it's talking about Disney Star Wars. Cruise missile submarine of the Russian Navy. It is the second boat of the project, separated by the first by 16 years. What are the armaments? We don't know the armaments that much. The submarine's trials included the firing of the 3M54 caliber and the P800 Onyx cruise missiles. They were completed in December 2020. As of April 2021, the commissioning date was reported July. However, the vessel was actually commissioned on 7. Okay, so I mean, look, I'm gonna tell you this much. You can attach. There it is. There it is. Both of these vessels carry the Zircon nuclear capable hypersonic cruise missile. There it is. Both of these vessels carry the Zircon nuclear capable, as in it can carry the warhead, nuclear capable hypersonic cruise missile. Yes, Ariel. Basically, somewhere in the neighborhood of tactical nuclear weapons. And they travel hypersonic, which means the fast, the very fast. So, yes, there is a nuclear submarine, a nuclear capable submarine in Cuba. And guess what we did? We sent an attack submarine to Cuba, just on the other side of the port. We sent one of our own attack submarines to the other side of the port. So, no, it is a nuclear capable submarine with hypersonic cruise missiles, which means, quite frankly, they are extremely hard to intercept. Congratulations to Joseph R. Biden. Thank you, sir, for being. We really are on the verge of World War III. God bless it. He's the bestest president ever. Holy shit, I got to do a video about this. Because the Defense Department said, no, we're not. We're not in any trouble of possibly, having some, there's no nuclear capability here. Zircon nuclear capable hypersonic cruise missiles. Andy says testicle nukes. Yeah. Cuban Missile Crisis too. Electric Boogaloo, because we didn't learn shit. We don't teach history in schools anymore, and we're repeating it now. Because of this face. This face of So y'all know how to vote. Y'all want out of this? Y'all want out of this bullshit of Ukraine and China hating us and Russia hating us and the verge of war all across World War III, because there's that many wars going on that it could easily go and come together. Get rid of this motherfucking asshole.
Yeah.
And it's not him. He's not the face. He's the face of it, but he's not leading the charge. But no, when you and so Ariel says, so yes, technically it does have ICBMs. It doesn't. Cruise missiles are not ICBMs. Cruise missiles are lighter weight missiles. So ICBMs are technically intercontinental ballistic missiles. They're called. They're large rockets. They're rockets that basically that came from the V2s. So like Werner von Braun, he's shady. He says when the V2 rocket was successful, he says, yes, it was a success, but it landed on the wrong planet because he wanted to send rockets to outer space, land on, Mars or in the moon and stuff like that. ICBMs are meant to journey from one continent to another, usually through somewhat of I think it's a dual stage, early development, triple stage, later development. Anyway, now cruise missiles are something that can be launched from say 60 miles off the coast of a country, 100 miles off the coast of a country, and it will travel from ocean to continent and land. So let's call them ICBMs light is the best way to put it. So would you like to play a little game? Yeah, it's not great, guys. It's not great.
There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies.
Real quick, I wanted to highlight this. Ariel says, to be serious though, after watching that Trump Biden debate, it got me actually thinking about voting for Trump this go round instead of voting for myself. Look, I'm not gonna. I'll never bash anybody for who they vote for. I think that's petty. I think as human beings, there's always room to grow, always room to understand other things. I don't know everything. I'm a functional retard, as I like to say. Or that I'm slow enough, but I'm slow, but I'm not stupid, right? It's a joke on the fact that I'm in the military. I was a door kicker, which explains itself. You kick doors, you arrest or eliminate the bad guys. So yeah, it's one of those things that I have never seen the world like it is right now, and it's worrisome because hypersonic hypersonic cruise missiles, they don't fuck around. They fly literally. Intercontinental ballistic missiles do not are not hypersonic. They do not break the sound barrier. Hypersonic is when you break the sound barrier. You see a jet like with that after effect, like it's the huge plume. It flies by and it's like, and then all of a sudden you hear. It's because the sound of it is chasing the jet itself. That's what that means. So you have a missile, probably about somewhere in the neighborhood of I don't know, 10 feet high, 10 feet, capable of carrying a nuclear payload to go, and then how do you stop that? It's not good. It's not good. What? Why am I sleepwalking? No, I don't sleepwalk. But I have, and this is not in a while. Okay, well, I don't know because I sleep alone right now. I had an ex-girlfriend that I used to get like unfortunately night terrors from my time in the military, and there was one time we were home. We were where I grew up, which is the same city I'm in now. And I brought her, we lived in Denver and we drove, and anyway, I had a nightmare and I literally swung my arm and hit her in the face. And she woke up to like, what the fuck? And then she heard me. And I actually, when I'm having kind of like a night terror, I hyperventilate in my sleep. I don't have them as much as I used to. Things are better, which is great. But I felt so bad because she's like, I thought I got punched in the face. And then she's like, then I woke up and I saw your arm draped over me, but you're like, because I hyperventilate in my sleep. So anyway, my tortured past aside, maybe I should just shut the hell up.
To come in because they had access to over a billion.
Yes. Payload at least 10 times stronger than that of Hiroshima. Because the ones that we have now that fly on ICBMs are 200 times the payload. So, yeah, it's not great.
Billion people in the a market, not a billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not.
Unfortunately, and it still happens. Not that Brandon became president, because Obama was president at the time. I used to have, well, I still do every once in a while. I would have dreams, whether in the military or as a police officer, which I've done both, that people are trying to basically, you're on a call, somebody tries to take you out. I think one of the most vivid that I ever had was that I lost. I lost a fight, and I was struggling with somebody, and then all of a sudden I turned around and there was a somebody else, and it was literally a gun barrel in my face, and I literally watched it go, and you see the flash of the muzzle, and it went dark. And when I woke up on that one, it was I was surprised I woke up, because they say that if your brain believes that you die in a dream, that your brain literally will shut down the whole entire body as if you died in real life. That was probably the most vivid. I won't go into the other ones where I was fighting for my life, but that was probably the worst. So, again, shut up, Ryan. Stop telling people your personal business. I've never been diagnosed with PTSD, but from what I've talked about, the majority of the people I understand it think that I have probably some PTSD. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It's a lot better, but I will admit that I had a dream just 2 nights ago, somewhere in that neighborhood. It was little PTSD-ish. You kind of wake up gasping. You're like, and it's so. Anyway,
Going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are doing the same thing around the world. But it is a concern. It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia.
No, that's
Iran,
just TDS.
Countries that are
Trump
not
derangement
necessarily
syndrome.
Coordinated in the past.
Mine's
looking
classic
to figure out how they
PTSD.
can have impact.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
Interrupt that impact?
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in
No, not
public.
that one.
And I think
I'd be
you'll
more
see
confused about
that
going, wait, what? What? Am I Harry Sisson?
some of our European friends are going to be curtailing their investment in Russia. In China, as long as China continues to have this indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy as well as help them in as a consequence that their ability to fight in Ukraine. The other thing that we talked a lot about is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity to provide for weapons and the ability to, it came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything from vehicles to weapon systems. And so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of the West, particularly in Europe and Japan, to be able to generate the kind of ability to produce their own weapon systems. Not just for themselves, but to be able to generate that. It's the same, that's what Russia's trying to figure out. That they went to China and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for to be able to the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need.
Yeah. I don't know. So is France and Poland gearing up to actually put boots in Ukraine? Not sure. Andy says, I'm thinking Ryan turns to find Dermy on Bucket Dude instead of Taylor Swift. That would be most unpleasant, I have to be honest. I will take Taylor. I will take Taylor any day of the week. Ariel, here's this for an industry policy for the USA. Quote, you want to sell here? You build here. Ding, ding, ding. Ariel, I want to see these Godzilla type weapons. Jan is probably making after being Gojira. Yeah, it's true, Andy. Sounds good, except they won't give up slave labor, which we outsource around the world. And again, a lot of people don't know this. Roughly 29.7 million slaves in the world today. Roughly. Mostly Africa. That's weird. So it's like black people enslaving black people. Andy says Japan doing a real world Pacific Rim boss. Yeah.
That was a discussion as well.
President, I'm not sure you answered on whether you would be ready to go deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look, like I said, I'm dealing with Xi.
Oh, you're right, Ariel. That's kind of my point. Yeah,
direct
100% right.
I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now. There's not much that he is prepared to.
Because he doesn't want to talk to you because you won't conform to what he wants. And all he's asking for is that Ukraine doesn't join NATO. That's what Vladimir Putin is asking. Ukraine doesn't join NATO. How hard is this concept? I won't talk to him. Why is there not somebody in the media be like, why? Because you won't submit to Ukraine doesn't join NATO? And it's like, no. Because that ass burglar who's a fucking fairy, Vladimir Zelensky, his wife is a fucking beard because that dude was dancing and he's an actor who's dancing at freaking stiletto high heels that quite frankly a stripper would have a hard time dancing in and leather freaking assless chaps. That's Vladimir Zelensky. You think he's a hardened military person? You think he's fit to be president? He's a fucking, I'm not going to say what he is, but no, because Zelensky is in the same building right now as this press conference from last night. And then he went to communist Canada, and Canada's like going, $500 million more for Ukraine for their defense. $500 million. The United States sends billions upon billions of dollars. $60 billion most recently. You know how much that is? That is $500 million times 120. 120. The freak.
do in terms of accommodating any change in his behavior. And, but there isn't any world leader I'm not prepared to deal with. But I understand that a generic point is Putin ready to talk? I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem.
You?
First of all,
NATO?
In this war that he is supposedly have won. And by the way, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they've conquered. Now it's 17.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory. They've not been very successful. They've caused horrible damage and loss of life. But they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there. They've got a problem. But what they do have control of is they are very good at controlling and running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate with people. They lie like hell to the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on. And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just, anyway, read what his objective is. And anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to any leader who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk. Last time I talked to Putin was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space. That didn't go very far. So my point is, I'm prepared to talk to anybody, but I don't see any inclination. There is an inclination on the part of the Chinese to keep in contact with me, because they're not sure where this all goes. And look what's happened in Asia. We have strengthened the Asian Pacific area more than anybody else has. We just put together with, today I brought on, I asked our NATO allies that we bring on the group from the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Australia. I already mentioned Australia.
Yeah, we know you did, you fucking dunce.
Now, I think with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on there. We've slowed down China's reach. But there's a lot of work to do. This is a moving target, and I don't take it lightly. Assam from NPR.
Oh, you mean the government-funded radio?
Thank you, Mr. President. Asma Khalid with NPR. I have two questions. Earlier, you spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war, and I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what changed.
Two things. Let's go back to when you talked about would I have changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement. The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also got immediate contact with al-Sisi in Egypt. I met with the King of Jordan. I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip. And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative, number one. The Israeli War Cabinet, I've been dealing with Israel since Golda Meir. Some of the reporters around here come me all the time and heard me say this. The first time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her at her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel. But this war cabinet is one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel. And there's no ultimate answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process for a two-state solution. And we get the Arab nations to, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they could keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be, the end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel on the Gaza Strip, as well as the ability for us to get in and out as rapidly as you can, all that's needed there. I've been disappointed that some of the things that I put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port we attached from Cyprus. I was hopeful that would be more successful. But that's why when I went to Israel immediately after the massacres that occurred at the hands of Hamas, the one thing I said to the Israelis, and I met with the war cabinet and with Bibi, don't make the same mistake America made after bin Laden. There's no need to occupy anywhere. Go after the people who did the job.
No. I'm not about to fall asleep. I'm just so over this bullshit. The lying, the nonsense. I'm sitting here because it's mind numbing. It's mind numbing. We're almost done, folks. We're almost done. We have 10 minutes left. We're gonna hard charge. So get ready, because quite frankly, Joe Biden's coming in hard on you.
You may recall, I still get criticized for it, but I was
too much.
totally opposed to the occupation and trying to unite Afghanistan. Once we got bin Laden, we should have moved on, because it was not no one's ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch.
No. You fucked up. You fucked up the fucking exit. You did it in the parameters of going, oh, wait, it was Trump's fault. Well, Trump was not president, dumbass. You fucking crashed and burned. 13 American soldiers lost their lives, and you did this when you looked at your watch, right? As the bodies were being taken off the C-130. You fucking piece of shit. All right. No, you fucked up. The withdrawal from Afghanistan was the worst in the history of the world, more than Saigon. You fucked up the withdrawal more than Saigon. You doddering old motherfucker. God, I hate you. No, I don't hate you. I hate your administration. Because again, sometimes I really forget. He's just a senile old man who is literally shoved in front of the camera. Read this. They jack him up like Elvis Presley with a bunch of drugs. They get him coherent and be like, "Oh, you ain't nothing but a hound, no." Watch the Elvis movie; it's great. But at the end of his life, Elvis was jacked up on drugs so he could perform. And this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm seeing. If he gets a second term, he's going to die of a heart attack before it's finished, because they're just jacking him up with drugs. Ugh.
From the poppy fields all the way to the north.
Oh, the poppy fields. Really? So that's why we're in Afghanistan, poppy fields? Oh, wait, no, you don't know, because you're incoherent and should be doing this in a nursing home, closing your eyes and resting.
I said, don't make the same mistake we made. Don't think that's what you should be doing, is doubling down. We'll help you find the bad guys, Sinwar and company. And all this criticism about I wouldn't provide when the weapons they needed. I'm not providing them 2,000-pound bombs. They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage. But remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel with rockets and ballistic missiles. I was able to unite the Arab.
There were no intercontinental ballistic missiles. There were none, because quite frankly, intercontinental ballistic missiles carry nuclear weapons. They're in silos around the United States. We have found better means of doing things than ICBMs.
Arab nations as well as Europe, and nothing happened. Nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson to what was going on from the Middle East. So there's a lot of things, in retrospect, I wish I had been able to convince the Israelis to do. But the bottom line is we have a chance now. It's time to end this war. Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than most, there is a growing dissatisfaction on the West Bank from the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now. And so there's a lot of moving parts. I just have to keep moving to make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those. And by the way, look at the numbers in Israel. I mean, my numbers are better in Israel than they are here. But then
my numbers are better in Israel than they are here. That's a brag, bro. Well, congratulations, Donald John Trump. Idiot.
Again, they're better than a lot of other people here too. But anyway,
bridge candidacy in 2020. You referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a younger, fresher generation of Democratic leaders, and I wanted to know what changed.
What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division. And I think, I won't put words in anybody's mouth. Most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that to get major pieces of legislation passed. And what I realized was my long time in the Senate had equipped me to have the wisdom to know how to deal with the Congress, to get things done. We got more major legislation passed that no one thought would happen. And I want to finish it, to get that finished. If tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did and we just moved things along, anyway, it's going to change.
Last question.
Haley Bull, Scripps. Or no, Josh Weingrove, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'll do 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats on the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear, but they're watching how things go tonight, tomorrow in Michigan.
Again, look at her face. This is the girl I was talking about. The girl is like, why am I here? I can't pay my rent in Washington, D.C., and this senile old fucking man is talking about how everything is hunky-dory. Yeah, that's the face of Trump 2024. And we've seen this previously in her interactions.
Next week in Texas and Nevada, are you thinking that way about how the next week or 2 goes would inform your...
Am I using that way, you said?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision? Or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out, for the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is what I've been doing. I think we've done over 20 major events from Wisconsin to North Carolina to demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win, where we can persuade people to move our way, or people are already there. And here, look, the other thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization of anybody's had in a long, long time. We have well over 1,000 volunteers knocking on doors, making phone calls, making tens of thousands of phone calls. We have headquarters, I forget exactly how many, I don't want to cite a number and then find out I'm off, but we have scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states. We're organized, we're moving, and that's awful hard to replace in the near term. And so, and here's the other thing. I was in the Senate a long time. Very proud of what I've done in the Senate. I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for a long time, and I was chairman or ranking member and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to be going down to the Johnson Library. Anyway, I'm going to be going around making the case of the things that I think we have to finish and how we can't afford to lose what we've done or backslide on civil rights, civil liberties, women's rights. There's that little button we have. Control guns, not girls. I mean, the idea we're sitting around, this is where Kamala's so good as well. We're sitting around, more children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death.
Wrong answer. More children are killed by abortion than anything in the history of the world. Congratulations, Joe. You lied again. I like how he gets angry about it too. He's like, more children are dead. This was a couple years ago, by the way, that 67 million black fetuses, African-American fetuses, were aborted since Roe v. Wade took place. 67 million. And that was a couple of years ago. No, children are not killed more by firearms. Also, it's in the Bill of Rights. It's a constitutional fundamental. I don't give a shit what you think, you old fucking bitch. Quite frankly, come and fucking take it. You won't, because you're a fucking bitch. And you Democrat losers are socialist clowns. But more children are killed by abortion than anything in the history of the world. So we're gonna listen to old man scream at basically, I don't know, racism clouds or
The United States of America.
No.
What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We got a candidate saying, promised the NRA, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. You got a Supreme Court that is what you might call the most conservative court in American history. This is ridiculous. There's so much we can do still. And I'm determined to get it done. It's about freedom. And by the way, I'll end this. I'm not going to do that. Haley has to come up too. But I remember I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia at Independence Hall. And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press, what the hell is he talking about that for? Democracy. You did. Democracy is not an issue. Democracy is not an issue. Except the polling data showed 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right. I'm not asking you a question. You don't have to answer, obviously. But do you think our democracy is under siege based on this court? Do you think democracy is under siege based on Project 2025? Do you think he means what he says when he says he's going to...
Oh, it's weird. Project 2025. Where did the Lincoln Project get its start? Oh, wait. With a bunch of dudes who are anti-Trump who like to touch kids. The Lincoln Project. The founders of the Lincoln Project like to touch kids. But Project 2025, that's above board. No, it's not. It's, again, another Democrat-funded thing. Where have we heard this for? The Steele dossier. Oh wait, the Russia collusion. Oh wait, yeah. So Jean Carroll, quote. What's the most recent one? Well, 34 convictions of felon. Like you guys have nothing better to do. Are you serious? Y'all have nothing better to do. He's a convicted felon. He's a convicted felon. He's a convicted felon. Well, that died off about, I don't know, a week and a half ago. You know why? Because it didn't work. People are like, convicted felon 2024. Fuck you. So now they're like, oh, Project 2025. Roe v. Wade. The Handmaid's Tale. Oh, I love that. The Handmaid's Tale. Well, we'll put women back in handmaid. Like, I have conservative values. I don't want my wife or my girlfriend to be like in handmaids anything. I want her to be a family woman who wants children and kids and have a happy life. That's what I want. But no, they want to destroy that because these fucking losers don't understand, because they hate the nuclear family, because they want to push men can be women. No, the fuck they can't. Men are men. Men are men. Women are women. There are two genders. You don't get to fucking pick what you want. Quite frankly, if you think you do and you try to push it on other people, quite frankly, fuck you, and we're going to kick you right in your lady dick and punch you to the moon. Thank you, Elon Musk, for everything. I'm so sick of this crap.
Do away with the civil service? Eliminate the Department of Education?
Oh no, not eliminate the Department of Education. Libs of TikTok, literally loser ass fucking liberal. No, sorry, not liberal. That's not fair. Classic liberals are not on board with this. Libs of TikTok is posting these far left loser weirdos. These people like going, oh my God, I'm so glad that my second grade class understood my pronouns and my gender identity. Fuck you! You're talking to kids. You need to be in fucking jail because you're a child predator. Fuck you. This is not hard. This is not hard. And the teachers union, who quite frankly during COVID, they're like, well, I mean, we're not sure that we want teachers to go back to work. It's like, why? Well, because COVID. Okay. Well, children don't seem to have that problem. And if you as a teacher have said issue, there are things you can do to mitigate that. Granted, I'm only saying mitigate for the purpose of YouTube, because quite frankly, y'all can fuck the hell off, you Nazi motherfuckers. And you know, you could have taught children, but you decided not to. You decided not to because you're a bunch of old, dried up fucking pussy ass hags. I mean, dried up pussy hags who nobody ever wanted to touch with a 10-foot pole. And you're like going, I don't know, guys. Like we can't do this. No, you screwed up a generation of children for your own selfish fucking means. You screwed up children. You are the villain. You leftist idiots are the villain. The people who support Ukraine and people continuously dying because you're like going, well, peace is not good enough. Vladimir Putin won't adhere to peace. He's already said I'll adhere to peace. You're a villain. There is blood on your hands because you can't understand, because you are socially fucking retarded and mentally fucking retarded. You people are the worst in the history of the world. And quite frankly, if you really want to be compared to somebody, you're compared to the Nazis. You're jackboot thugs. Antifa is is an organization of jackboot thugs who burn, beat people, and destroy to push a social agenda. That's what the Nazi brown shirts did. That's what domestic terrorism is described as. How many people from Antifa are in jail? We don't hear a whole lot about Antifa anymore. You know why? Because quite frankly, the narrative went from this to this. So if you're a part of Antifa, you're probably gonna get clocked up. You're gonna get clacked. 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. Go ahead, do it. Do it, you little faggots. Yeah, I said faggots, and I don't care. Do it.
Make sure, I mean, we've never been here before. And that's the other reason why you say hand off to another generation. I've got to finish this job. I've got to finish this job because there's so much at stake.
We've had some discussions over the past few days with your press secretary about the question of health exams. And you said you take a cognitive test every day in this job. Are you open to taking another physical or test before the election? Governor Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
Well, look, 2 things. 1, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recently as February. And they say I'm in good shape, okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day about my neurological capacity, the decisions I make every day. You talk to my staff, all of you talk to my staff. Sometimes my staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been in part initiated by me. I remember with the staff, I said, I'm going to go to South Korea. We're going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea back together again after essentially having hostilities toward one another since the end of World War II. I'm going to move and see that we can expand it. You know, the only thing age does is help you with it. Creates a little bit of wisdom if you pay attention. And so the point I'm making is, I think it's important that if the neurologist tells me he thinks I need another exam, and by the way, I've laid every bit of the record out. Hadn't hidden a thing. You ought to ask Trump for his, okay? I laid it all out. And every single day I'm surrounded by good docs. If they think there's a problem, I promise you, or even if they don't think it's a problem, they think I should have a neurological exam again, I'll do it. But no one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what I did, no one's going to be satisfied. Did you have 7 docs? Did you have 2? Who'd you have? Did you do this? How many times did you? So I am not opposed if my doctors tell me I should have another neurological exam, I'll do it. But that's where I am. Haley Ball, Scripps.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine. Does that mean you have not closed the door on further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia? And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to vote their conscience?
Obviously, they're free to do whatever they want, but I get overwhelming support. Overwhelming support. I won, I forget how many votes I won in the primary. Overwhelming. And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says, we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not going to happen.
Even if that means they vote for someone else?
Sure. Look, I'll end this with this. I served in the Senate a long time. I understand the impetus of candidates running for local office and whether they think the top if they can help them or not. In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least a purple, it was a red state when I started, in terms of we now talk red and blue. I don't recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is I understand the self-interest of a candidate. If they think that, running with Biden at the top is going to hurt them, then they're going to run away. I get it. But so far, go and look at the polling data in their states. Look at the in-depth, and by the way, I think you'd all acknowledge, and you're all experts, I'm not being solicitous about the president, you're experts on this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days? I can give you a series of polls where you have likely voters, me versus Trump, where I win all the time. When the unlikely voters are voting, he wins sometimes. So bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, it hadn't started in earnest yet. Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day. So what? A lot can happen. But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, we talk about, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing well. So with that, you have any want to follow up on any of that you just asked me?
No.
You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No polls says that.
Mr. President,
okay.
This ends tonight's press conference. Thanks, everybody. This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for joining. President Biden holds a press conference. Hold on. We are going to be looking at the comments because, quite frankly, that is one of the biggest. The hell are you doing? Stop sharing. Hold on. Wait a minute. What the freak? All right, there we go. It's weird. It's almost like never mind. I'm not going to say it because, quite frankly, people are like, oh my god, what the fuck? So, 713,000.6 views, 6.9 thousand likes. I'm healthy. I'm just my brain. Maui, 700 a family. Kiev, 40 billion. People remember Maui. Some of us do. Watch out. What the fuck? All right. That being said, frankly, this is one of the craziest things. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Great to see Ariel. Great to see all of you. We are at 4 hours and 21 minutes. That's a long. It's so long. That being said, I'm going to continue to cover all of this. So please, real quick, I'm going to say this one last time. Subscribe to Legion Wire. That is my political channel. Legion Talk is pop culture. This will be unlisted on Legion Talk. Legion Wire is where it will remain active and live because it's political. Also, at the same time, shout out to Clue, who donated $20 on Cash App. Look, I have Stream Elements links. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's Stream Elements. I can't remember. I am tired. It's my first day off the new shift of being up very, very early, and quite frankly, anyway, long story short, Stream Elements. Both links are pinned. You don't have to donate. Please don't feel free to, don't feel obligated to donate. I'm tired. I'm out of sorts with the new schedule. I kind of look like an idiot, but that's all the time. No, I kid. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. You guys are the best. I'd hit my button, but it's on the wall. I thought that was a great idea at the time. It was not. That being said, Ariel, this outro is for you.
Hey, man, it's 911. I ain't here to make no mark, man. They go, boom, man, there's a fire, and it don't, that gum, that come out everywhere, man. I don't know, saw Nick, man, run out there. I don't know if he, Chuck, man, Johnny gonna be come down here.
Sir, you are going to have to speak more slowly. I cannot understand you.
Dang, oh, make low mark. Had talked about them all, that it, boom.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
do caca poo poo. Pee pee.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
It doesn't matter what comes, fresh goes better in life. With Mentos fresh and full of life. Nothing gets to you, staying fresh, staying cool. With Mentos fresh and full of life. Fresh goes better with Mentos fresh. Fresh goes better with Mentos fresh and full of life.
Mentos, the fresh maker.